We are officially live on YouTube. This is going to be the second day of trying out this Huion. I'm, going to get some hours in it before actually making a proper review.
Yeah.
All right, we're live on TikTok.
Awesome.
What's up?
I will say that I do like all these little buttons on the side for command keys. I wish Wacom actually had that. Maybe it does, but it's
the new ones have it on the back, I think.
Oh, I see.
Lexi Salem instantaneously. And pancakes. We have some instantaneous viewers today on TikTok. I need to go over to the Discord and do this. So we really don't have too much of a plan of what's going on today. We're just going to kind of hang out and do whatever. So like, I don't even know. Did we even ping yesterday? Yeah, trying Huion day 2.
Well, we were just thinking of like maybe doing an illustration on this tablet. I could even do it today or just kind of work on it on the side. Hey, Teo. Hey, Charm.
There we go.
Luigi, hello. Hey, Rosie Jules on YouTube.
How is everybody doing? Fico Rigs.
Yay.
I love it when people say hi. By the way, if you just joined, if you just like popped in at the very beginning of the stream, I think it's really fun when people say hi. You know?
Hi.
Pancakes, Salem, Lexi, Fico Rigs, Rosie Jules. Glad y'all decided to
show up
and hang out. Hey, Lau. How is it going? Hello. I actually can't read your username. It looks like it's in Chinese.
Yeah, where is it?
Meowstown, Saf, Julie.
Okay, it's in Chinese, yeah.
Fat Deposits.
I think that's a funny nickname.
That is interesting.
Interesting choice.
A very interesting choice of naming. MJ, hello.
Bless you.
Lee L77, hello. Sai. Cal Artist. Very nice.
Hello. Caught me in the middle of making a new OC. Ooh. Fun. OCs are always fun.
Bro, I took the wildest picture of Poppy last night. I sent it in the off topic in the Discord server, but you literally have to see this, bro. It's
Just have to see our kitty. It's a funny picture. I love it. It looks like it could be a good edit.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Whenever someone asks, how do I do extreme perspective with foreshortening, I'm just going to show that picture. It's like this.
It looks like it doesn't even make any sense.
It's like that. Foreshorten Poppy. She was doing her silly pose. She does this pose. She sits on the couch and does this, and so I just went up and was like, that's pretty sick.
Oh, it's so cute.
That's really funny.
I love it when she does that pose. It just looks absolutely so goofy.
Why is she sitting like that? I don't know.
I think she just finds it comfortable.
It is pretty funny.
It's kind of like a sleeping position, sometimes you'll just be in a sleeping position and you're like, I don't know.
Cruel Creations. Hello. Hey, Ships. How's it going? Lot of fun today.
You know what that sounds like? Sounds like a creepy advertisement.
It is an advertisement.
Oh, it is? It's
from the Kazoo. I want to have fun. I don't remember what he said exactly. It was something like that. Hey, Tara, you're watching class right now. Awesome. Took a break for 10 minutes and I see you again. Nice.
How do I design clothes? Ooh, designing clothes. Struggling with proportions. Yeah, we can talk some about that. We don't really have a specific topic.
Are you a couple? Couple of goobers.
Yes.
Yeah, we're married.
Yeah, we can talk about that. Okay.
Oh, check out who's here today. that. He doesn't even wake up anymore. He's so used to being spun around. He just like stays asleep as I slide him around. That's so funny.
That's so goofy.
He's like
Just completely content.
100% absolute honk shoe.
Honk shoe.
I have 2 cats. Nice. What kind of kitties do you have? What are their names?
Mutts? Or are they specific breeds?
Or are they purebred? Or are they like our kitties that's just like, you know, they kind of just popped out?
Mm-hmm. We could talk about designing clothes a little bit, and we could talk about proportions.
Should I go to YouTube? Yeah, I think YouTube's better in terms of the viewing experience. Are you like zooming in and out with that?
Yeah, I'm just trying.
Kind of neat.
Yeah, it is neat. I like it.
I emailed you about Discord navigation. Discord will periodically change. I would say probably find a YouTube video about navigating Discord.
It's probably better on YouTube.
Yeah. So I would say I'll show you a little bit here if you want, all right? Crap, I should have, wait, maybe I'll like close and reopen Discord. Let's see if that works. Streamer mode is disabled. I kind of wanted it enabled, but I disabled it earlier. I don't know how to re-enable it. It happens when I open...
I have a tortie and an orange cat. Oh, cute. One is named Pumpkin and the other is named Precious. I love that. Pumpkin and Precious. That's so cute.
Here we go. Okay, so streamer mode looks like it's enabled now, I think.
Awesome.
Basically, on Discord, let me close this. On Discord, we've got, like, this is our general chat, right? Here's our general chat. You know, you enter the server. Here's the entrance. You go to the verify channel and you click the green check mark. You did all that. And then this up here is like where announcements are. You can go get fun roles of the characters and all that sort of thing. You can change the color of your name. This is in self roles. Content updates is where we show, where we say we go live. Live demos is where all of the live streams, all of the live stream recordings are. So if you see a live stream and you want the images that were drawn during the live stream, you can go here. If you want references of our characters, you can go to character reference. Levels is just like a bot level thing. Introduction, you can introduce yourself. Here's general one. So Tara, for you, you'd scroll all the way down here into the anime art school section because you're a student in the school. So you can chat in the general chat. But any of these that you don't want, you can just like close them. See, you click them.
And they'll like kind of.
I
like
see me. Yeah. Can we get some high YouTubes or a high TikTok? But anyways, like if you don't want this open, you can just close it. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll just close all the ones that they don't look at. And now look how like condensed this is, right?
Yeah.
That's mod stuff, because I am the admin. And so you can close all of those here. And then these are your channels. You can share your homework. You can share your art in those. These are secret channels that nobody who's a student knows about. Now they do, I guess. And so look at that. And then every time someone talks in a channel, it'll like show up. So it kind of just keeps it. But, you know, you can yap here. You can, you know, send smileys and stuff like that. And it's just the basics of Discord. There's definitely YouTube videos on it, but that's pretty much just what it is.
Nice.
Yes. So hopefully that's helpful. By the way, yeah, we do have a Discord server. As you can see, it's pretty active. Hi, chat.
Hi, chat.
People are like, I got to join really fast and say hi.
While we're up on screen.
Yeah. So I know that you were having a little bit of trouble with the Discord server, but you can just collapse all of the categories on the left because there are a lot of channels. I have way more channels than you because I'm the admin of the server. And you can close them all, and Anime Art School is all the way down there. And you can chat in there, or you can chat in general and all that. Totally fine. Anime Academy is where all the main chats are. Gallery is where all of like the art related stuff is. Speaking of art related stuff, I need to go lock OC submission so you can do your...
Yeah, no problem. So just maybe for a little bit of specific stuff, Saf, what part of the design process are you struggling with exactly? Because I know that you've asked how to draw clothes a lot before, and we did talk about how to draw clothes, but now you're asking about how to design it, and I'm just kind of wondering, just, you know, for more clarification, what do you need help on? Could you explain proportions, but for different poses? I always struggle with those. Yeah, we could talk about that. The details? I think before you think about the details, think about the main things. Like, so clothes have big, medium, and small shapes. So, like, for instance, if I were to dress Miki up, let me think. Let's say if I want to put her in let me think.
What is he looking at? If you're talking about me, I'm looking at your comment. Howdy snaz.
Let's give her, like, for instance, a waitress outfit. And a waitress outfit will have, like, specific shapes. Like, there's going to be a vest. There's going to be, you know, potentially a tie, you know, maybe an apron. And if I wanted it to be cute, I could go on the skirt route. But these are, like, specific details, right, that make up an outfit. So, like, really think about your intention of your outfit. Like, what is this outfit supposed to be? And specific details will make it look like, you know, a specific outfit. Like belts, accessories will enhance the design, for example. So, like, you know, an apron with a necktie with, you know, buttons, that looks like a specific outfit. You guys doing Secret Santa? I am. Yeah, no problem, Seth.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Probably. I probably am. It's pretty fun.
You know, and if I want to add more stuff, like, you can decide, okay, I want the sleeves to be short sleeved. You know, and that's a specific detail with cuffs. Okay, with cuffs. Right, so the details have to serve a function. It's not just, like, detail for detail's sake. It's like, okay, I want a pocket here. And, oh, I want her to look a little bit more themed, perhaps. Like, maybe it's, like, a cat themed. Or, I don't know. Yeah, like, maybe a cat themed cafe. So it's like, okay, the detail will be cat ears. Maybe she'll have, you know, cute paw print details on her apron. So I think the main thing, now this, I don't think that this is cat paws, but, you know, bear with me.
It's a representation of what will become cat paws later.
Exactly.
That's actually a really good point, by the way. You know, if I might say something.
Go ahead.
You don't always have to draw anything amazing first try, all right? Sometimes you're just giving an indication that something amazing will go here later. I think that a lot of beginners, they think when they draw things it needs to look amazing. It doesn't. They're different types of drawing, and one of them is like a planning type of drawing. So if you're just getting started and you're like, nothing I ever draw turns out good, that's totally fine. It doesn't need to. Most professionals draw pictures that don't turn out good, and they're really just planning a picture that eventually will turn out good, because you can't do everything at once.
Yep.
So, like, Christina's like, these aren't cat paws, but this is where they'll go. So don't worry. If you find that you have a lot of trouble, you know, drawing a face and making it look good, maybe just first try to get the placement of the face or the placement of the characters or their clothes or details. And then later you can go in and rework them to make them look good. Yeah. This is true with traditional art as well. You know, oil painting, charcoal, you can redraw stuff. You can repaint things. Heck, our oil painting teacher, he'll paint an image and he'll come back like a couple weeks later and repaint the face and repaint the hand and shorten whatever, the torso or something, or repaint an area.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, charcoal, wipe it out, you can redraw it And so I find that a lot of beginners are like, they find that their like first pass doesn't look good and they get really discouraged. Don't get discouraged. It's like part of the process. It's like the rough draft of the book. Man, you should read about like authors and their first drafts of things. Like, they are so rough.
And it's like a very rough sketch.
Yeah, it's so rough, and they go through and comb through and get rid of things and change characters and stories and stuff like that. You can always go back and rework things. Do I need to learn sketching with straight lines like this is the right way to sketch, or no? No. Not really.
You can see my lines aren't even all that straight. I mean, there's like some essence of straight lines, but it's not like purely just with straight lines. Does that make sense? So how to draw hair vents like in the triangular shapes. Minky has vents, so it's just think about here's the point on the sphere.
The hair vent is kind of like this, right? It like hooks on.
Yeah.
It's like a little zoop, hook.
Zoop. Like the hair vents come from somewhere, and I like to simplify them like leaves that come out and around, and so that's why they create that triangle, because it's like the shadow. So like here's your bangs, for example. Doing this really quick and dirty, and then this is your little starting point. You come out, chew, chew. That's why they create the triangle shape, and then everything on the inside is basically like the underside of the hair.
All good stuff. Yeah. It's like a plant. It's like a leaf.
Yeah.
And leaves come in different shapes and sizes. Nice. Today I learned about the gray clipping mask layer. Makes sense.
I love the clipping mask. It's great.
This is actually Photoshop. So this is a PC. And this is, we're trying out a Huion Kamvas 16. So Huion was kind enough to send us a free tablet to try out, and so these last couple streams, they've just been trying it out. We've been trying it out.
Yeah.
They work great. I honestly like it quite a bit. Hey, Maisie. Good to see ya. I have a character who has hair vents and short hair, but I'm not sure how to draw the back of the short hair. You mean
Back of the short hair?
like Sakura?
So like how is the short hair supposed to be kind of close to the head, like shaved a little bit? Or is it supposed to be floofy? Because that will depend, drawing that will depend on like the silhouette and stuff. Because like you can have a character, let me go and copy paste this.
I should probably be warming up and practicing and stuff. Who was here for the clothing demo that I did yesterday? Did y'all find that helpful? All right, you're doing your thing.
Sort of like in wards, or do you mean waves? So it also depends on like, okay, if the hair is voluminous, I'm still trying to navigate this. If the hair is voluminous, but like maybe it's like covered by the hair vents, you can have it peeking out like this, and just kind of think of it like a backdrop. You can keep it simple, and if it's like short hair, it will generally be around like the neck or a little bit higher. So like just kind of cap it. Say, okay, this is how long my hair will be, and all I have to do is just fit my texture in these areas. If it's something like more like Sakura's hair from Cardcaptor, then it's more close shaved. So sometimes you only see a little bit in the back here. But yeah, hopefully that helps with short hair. I mean, like, I think it gets distracting because these like take a lot of attention, and you're like, well, how do I navigate that? Well, it depends. Like, do you want a floofy, which in that case it'll come out from the silhouette, or it will come out from the hair vents, and it'll just kind of go back to where it should be, which is like determines how long you want the hair to be, if that makes sense. But yeah, like it's just all about decisions, what texture it is, how floofy it is, stuff like that.
Have you ever struggled with motivation as an artist? If so, how do you deal with it? I would say for me, the motivation issue comes from like mostly impatience. Like if I'm struggling to be motivated, I'm like either not working on a project that inspires me enough, or I'm thinking too much about where I want to be rather than just focusing on the step in front of me. You know, like I'm going, dang, I wish I was a really good artist, but I'm not right now. And so it's like these kind of unmet expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me lose motivation when I get into that mindset of thinking. So, you know, if you're struggling with motivation as an artist, keep in mind that you might be dealing with expectations, like of what you don't have or wish you had, rather than kind of like focusing just, I can have fun. Like nothing stopping you from having fun drawing today, no matter your skill level.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Otherwise, no kid would ever draw, because kids a lot of the time are really bad at drawing, but they have tons of fun with drawing. Like they don't struggle with motivation. So it's not dependent on your skill level.
It's like a healthy Delulu.
Yeah. We're actually going to do a talk sometime about why it's important to have a healthy amount of delusion when it comes to art. And it's really, really, really helpful for me. But yeah, I would say think about that. And I didn't elaborate at all on the delusion thing.
Yeah, no worries. We'll probably
we might talk about it a little bit today if you want.
I'm happy to when the timing is right. Totally fine.
Yeah.
I'll talk a little bit about like material stuff when it comes to hair shading, because I think it is interesting to see like, oh, I either make my hair too shiny or too greasy, and I think this is a great way to explain it, or a great opportunity to explain how to shade hair in a way that feels fluffy and not greasy. And yeah, I'm still trying to navigate my controls. So here I will have 3 different options. So hair has different material, and it depends on like the fluffiness and softness and texture. You can have a material that's very matte, meaning not very shiny. So let me just draw these little cylinders. Colton did a cute little demo of these cylinders on our iPad, but I don't have it with me right now. So with matte hair or matte looking hair, you can see that the transition of the light to shadow is kind of slow. There's not a lot of streakiness, right? But with like very high gloss, like almost metallic, you'll see a lot of streaks. And so this is where the greasiness can come from.
Yeah. High quick value change in a small area tends to make things look more greasy, like if you're drawing hair.
Yeah.
So like if you're rendering something and you have fast value change, that will create a more metallic look. Like even just rendering a cylinder, right? If I just draw like a side view of a cylinder and I just do like this,
ooh,
you know, and I do a little bit of that sort of thing. Like if that's a side view of a cylinder, it's going to make it look very metallic. Whereas if I have, say, another side view of a cylinder and I really focus on controlling my light and my dark. So let's just say we fill it in all the way. We choose a dark value. That's not right. And we come in here, you know, maybe do something like that. This is going to look very matte, very, you know, flat and, you know, not highly polished or rendered. And this one's going to look a lot more like metallic, like that sort of thing. So this goes from a single value and it transitions into another value without any extremes. This is just kind of all over the place, right? Like there's still a logic to this one. You've got a highlight, you've got something dark being reflected, you've got something medium being reflected, right? You could even have another light thing being reflected, like, because metal reflects the environment. Technically anything could be in here. If you had a red wall in the background, it could literally just look like this.
Because it reflects it like a mirror.
Yeah, it would just like reflect it. If you had like red all over this room, it would end up looking like that a lot of the times. But, and then matte doesn't really, and M-A-T-T-E, you know, matte and this would be like metallic. Is it 2 L's in metallic? Yeah. There we go. One transition, you know, proper core shadow. You can have like a proper core. It really depends on the rendering. Like you could definitely set this up because people will be like, oh, the core shadow needs to be darker. It's like, what if you're using a soft light? It wouldn't. Mm-hmm. You know, you hear a lot of advice from people like it needs to be this, it needs to be that. No, it doesn't. In a very specific student like lighting situation where everything is extremely clear and crisp, you can have that, but not every single lighting situation will give you that. Like this is really softly lit, right? We could come up a little bit and we could light it a little bit less softly and get a little bit more of those cores, right? We bring in this, we could go like, okay, we've got a core shadow right here, right? And then we've got our bounce light side. We could just paint out this.
This is like kind of more, a little bit more glossier.
Not necessarily. It's just like more direct lighting, but like, right? We have this sort of thing. And if I blend these so there's not a really fast transition between them, it looks very matte. But it's like, imagine I just punch up this a tiny bit, and I take this and I punch it up a tiny bit, and I punch this down a tiny bit, and then I just take this and I put a little bit of like a gradient on it, and then I can just, you know, smooth out these. All of a sudden, this is going to start looking a little bit more reflective. Like, this is getting more into the territory of something maybe like leather, especially if, you know, you go along the top of this. Like, we could just, and this would be super easy to just turn into a cylinder. You know, we just go, boop, there we go.
There we go.
And then I just go, you know, boop. Wow. Oh, wow, it's a cylinder.
That happens so fast.
Right? And then you can just have like a little reflection along the edge of this if you want.
How to even smooth out and blend so well?
Like I use a certain blending brush. It just does it quickly, but like I could do it by hand. See? More reflective. What happens if we do this? I just take this, make a little ellipse, and I could just take this and drag it down like that. There's a more reflective.
Wow.
I could come down here.
What would be the technique to blend by hand?
You just like color pick it. Like, you know, if I were to blend this one by hand, you just color pick and come in here and don't create any extremes, right? Like you have one value, you make a gradient, and then you go in between the gradient,
kind of soften the edges,
soften the edge.
You can use this with a soft brush,
soften the edge, like
you're dicing it up into like finer and finer pieces.
Yeah, this is how you would do it with a hard brush. You're just dicing it, right? And as you get down here, you smooth out those transitions until you can't see them anymore. It's just using a brush for blending is way faster when I'm doing a demo to a live audience. But there's a lot of people who blend by hand. They just enjoy it, right? And you just kind of squint and you go, is this a smooth transition? You know, that's a little bit of a hard edge.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how I would blend by hand. And then we can come down here and let's make like a really matte one. Remember what we said earlier about matte, right? There's just low contrast. It does not change quickly. We can get rid of this red because that's like that drawing that I did earlier. See, as soon as I start going in here and I go dark next to light, next to lighter, it starts looking more reflective. So I just want to stomp all of that out if I want this to be really matte, right? So I'll just go in here and really slow that transition down between dark and light. And so we've got this semi-reflective, very reflective, which this line here doesn't make sense anymore, right? So I'm just going to go get rid of it. So we've got like matte. I think one of the classes that I was taking, they called this one luster. Interesting.
It is interesting.
And then this one's more metallic. And so the higher contrast that you get in a shorter amount of time, you know, it ends up looking kind of like that. You don't even have to blend these. You can if you want. And, you know, you'll get really sharp highlights. You can even just draw a little line here. Carefully. Right? These are not all rendered from the same direction, by the way. Like this highlight right here should be over here if I'm going to match the ones below it. But whatever. I don't really care that much.
I remember my cousin said my girl looked so bad when I was younger. I cried so hard and I gave up on art. Don't let it be you. Yeah, words have a lot of power.
They really do.
They have the power to demotivate you or the power to encourage. And I think like if you were gonna really want to inspire someone, like be encouraging, like no matter what.
Yeah, right. We're gonna get a lot of Fresnel up here, so we're gonna see. And what's behind this cylinder? A white background. So if we want this cylinder to feel like it's in a white background, we're going to get some Fresnel effect happening. So we're going to see a lot of reflection of that white background. And it's also going to be here around the edges. That's called Fresnel. F-R-E-S.
Fresnel.
N-E-L.
Fresnel.
And it's just a material property. When you're starting to deal with reflective surfaces, it shows up as objects like turn away from you and all that kind of stuff.
Do you guys go live on other places or only on TikTok?
We're on YouTube right now.
Same name, Draw Anime Academy on YouTube.
Yeah, and we can just, you know.
Wow, that's such a pretty demo.
We could come in here and smooth it. But you see, like, the smoothing doesn't do anything. It just makes the transitions a little bit softer. It doesn't make the value, like, incorrect values the correct values. But yeah, my metallic cylinder is kind of blotchy, but like it does the trick.
Can you teach me how to draw eyes? We have a video on that actually, Bun, on YouTube.
Like this. So yeah, if your hair is looking greasy, you might be doing
too much
a little bit of this type of stuff. Now hair is semi-reflective, right?
Yeah.
It's actually, if this was like a scale of like very reflective, medium reflective, like hair is pretty high up there, right? It's like here.
Yeah.
But if it's like here instead, it might look wet or greasy. Wet tends to make it darker. Greasy, a lot of the time, you know, doesn't really make it look a whole lot darker. But anyways.
What software application are you using? Colton is using Photoshop. I'm also using Photoshop for this right now.
Yeah, I was using Photoshop.
Give me jelly hair.
Jelly hair? Yeah, I mean, jelly hair is going to have
A different
specular
quality.
highlights, but it's not going to get dark like metallic. Like metal will get like really dark.
Yeah.
Jelly hair will get more saturated and dark, like a jelly ball or something. I don't really render jelly a lot, but like a jelly ball, you know, we'll have probably like a nice deep saturated area around the highlight. We'll have a highlight, and then maybe this area down here could be something along the lines of that, like, because jelly is something you can see through. So a lot of the time you end up getting something like this, and then it's just basically rendering this along a form. And then of course, you know, you might get some Fresnel around the edges like this. It's like a very simple jelly kind of vibe here. And if I were going to be a little bit stylized, like I didn't change the hue at all. If I were to be a little bit stylized, I would come in here and probably make this cooler in here. And maybe I'd make it a little bit warmer Maybe a little bit warmer out here for stylized. Maybe something like that. And then you would take this information, peaks and valleys, have highlights. Highlight, highlight. Light coming in, saturated zone, lit zone, and you just render accordingly, right? You go, oh, here's my saturated zone. Here's my lit zone. Here's my highlight zone. You know?
I like the zones.
Lit zone. Valley. Highlight. And you would just essentially render it like using that kind of logic. And of course, I would want to find a reference just to make sure that I'm checking all my zones correctly. But like if I were rendering jelly hair, I would think exactly in terms of that, like peaks and valleys, where's the light coming through and becoming saturated, that sort of thing. What's up?
I'm gonna look up jelly ball, maybe?
Like that sort of thing. And then each of these shapes can be designed. Remember, we don't have to do everything at once. We can put the color in and then design the shape later. Or we can design the shape first and we can put the color in later. People have like way too high of expectations of like how fast these things should happen. Like professional artists, a lot of the time they just know a good process and they can pull it off. Like they're used to pulling the process off. They know the decisions to make. And so like beginners a lot of the time will have these expectations that are unreasonable. Like everything needs to look amazing in 2 seconds. And then professional artists like understand the time and energy that goes into an image, right? You can go, if I want to draw, you know, a shape that's a certain color, I could design this shape first, whatever I want it to be. Like maybe this is my highlight. You can design an interesting shape and then you can make it the right color. Then you can go in and go like, oh, like I'm going to have something interesting happening there, something interesting happening here. You know, this is just an amorphous nothing. You know, you can have something happening there. It's like thinking in stages will help a lot with art, in my opinion. Anyways, what do you got?
Oh, I was gonna do like a little demo of shading hair with metallic luster and matte texture.
I like that one on the right with the red.
Yeah,
that one's pretty good.
Yeah, that one's really good.
Oh, that's good looking stuff.
You want me to? I just looked at Konyaku jelly. If you want to look that up. Konnyaku jelly.
Looks good. Delicious.
It's that one there.
Yeah, that's good. And I would absolutely look for like a reference, right? This has a lot more cools in it than mine does. And of course I drew mine before I found a reference, so it's not going to really match.
It's pretty close though. I mean,
but
like you know what it looks like.
To me, this is really important. This is really important. Look at that. That's that Fresnel. This right here. This is the border. This is a very defined reflection. And then as you move into the form, you're seeing inside of this thing, which increases the saturation. And then as you move around the edge of the form, you're seeing reflections and speculars from the environment. So you're usually getting environment color plus color of the jelly. I mean, like, you can see that so incredibly clearly here, right? Like, very pink, very red. And then if I color sample out here, like, you can see my color picker, right? Like, very red, pink, and then look at the saturation, right? Look at this go from, like, right to left as I do this, right? See that?
Whoa.
Super saturated. It absolutely destroys the saturation and it starts going orange. because we have a tan background here. And so we're having tan plus pink, and you essentially create a gradient as you go forward. So it's going to be like, you know,
Wow.
like that. And watch, I color sample.
Very similar.
There's that gradient. I go to my fruit or my jelly. Oh, look, same gradient.
Wow.
But anyways,
That's very good.
are you going to do like a little thing?
Mm-hmm. So like if you were to draw metallic hair or paint it or shade it, whatever. Let me make my brush stroke
Hi
size.
stream, hello Raptor. Jelly equals edible glass.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So like if I'm gonna do metallic hair, I know that metallic stuff has very, very darks and very, very lights, and they're very high contrast. So all my shadows will be very, very dark and kind of streaky, and my lights will also be like really sharp and very streaky. I'm kind of doing a quick and dirty version of this, but like this is starting to feel very metallic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and there's also a lot of like dark light happening like throughout the hair strand.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's this quality of metallic hair. Very shiny. In fact, I might even go in and say, oh, my highlight's even brighter.
Mm-hmm.
Very metallic. Kind of, it's just because there's just so much contrast, right? And there's just a lot of stuff happening. If I wanted to do something a little bit more toned down, I can soften the shadows a little bit. Whoop, it's not right.
Is it optional, or how can I tell if the hair should be luster, metallic, or matte? That is up to you. There's like
to you, yeah.
real hair, and then there's what you feel like doing. Like think anime figurine, definitely matte hair, right? It's just like a plastic.
Yeah.
If you go to like doll hair, it's going to become a lot more like reflective. They're actually like little individual reflective cylinders, right? Hair.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's entirely up to you how you want to do it.
Yeah.
It's just like understanding the principles and like the different types and sliders. They're like little levers that you can pull up and down. Like
That'd be
I
like
want
style, you know.
this. I don't want that.
Yep. So I'm taking the same concept in the metallic, but instead, all the shadows and the highlights are in the same place. But instead, I lowered the contrast and I made the shadows like way softer. That feels a little bit more like lustrous. And I can always like be a little bit more flexible, right? I can add a few more like darker areas if I want to, because this does have a bit of like a shininess to it. So that's the flexibility.
Yeah.
And then if I want to do very, very matte, then the shadows would be quite soft.
Yeah.
And like almost like, yeah, like as Colton said, plastic. Like I wouldn't even really see all the strands. I'd probably see them more like lumps.
Yeah. And now there's matte, and then there's the which is a material property, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the value, which is the local value of the hair itself, which is like, in this case, it's kind of like a medium gray. But you could have it as black. You could have it as white. You could have it as whatever.
Yep.
How does one shade white hair? I feel like that is the hardest ever. We talked about that not too long ago.
Yeah.
I can find the...
And if you want to do jelly hair.
I can find the thing recently. I don't know where the heck it is. Sorry.
So like we got matte, metallic, luster, matte. Notice how different they look. And then if we want to do jelly, we can kind of do what Colton did, which is areas in the highlight area will actually get kind of darker. But not a lot of crazy shadows just at the moment. It's just kind of like a gradient.
Interesting.
You know, there's also a lot of reflectivity as the light comes up also from the bottom of the hair. So you'll see that as well. Like think of it like a gelatinous sphere. And then the highlights can be very sharp. Whoop. I'm still trying to navigate this. Boom. And they'll kind of be like, they won't be like super streaky like this, but rather rounder, smaller. Now that looks more like jelly hair.
Juicy.
Yeah. So
I could
like, eat it up. Metallic, luster, matte, jelly, and this is all like style dependent.
And this is, by the way, this is just basic form rendering. Like we teach this in our classes. You know, this is just essentially a sphere slash cylinders. It's like the hair is, Christina's rendering the hair, I would say probably more like cylinders than a sphere. But
yeah, like
essentially she's just thinking in terms of she's got a line, and when you go below that line, it's a core. When you go above that line, it's a core. And at that line, at that zone is the highlight. Like that is the basics of cylinder rendering. So you render, you know, a bucket load of cylinders, probably more than a bucket load, more like a boatload.
Boatload.
And stupid cat hair floating in the air trying to get in my eyes and mouth. You think about hair as cylinders. It's like a cylinder wrapped around a thing. You render like different strips of cylinders. It's like that's why.
Well, like
that's why Christina's able to render these.
If you think about it, it wraps around a cylinder, so it would like imagine the hair strand is wrapping over a cylinder. If a cylinder is shaded this way, then it would also match with the hair strand.
Yeah.
It's like.
Yeah, the hair is just a piece of a cylinder.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of the time why people struggle so much with, say, like really curly hair, like 4C hair, is because people have tricks to rendering hair, and those tricks won't work for every type of hair. And so when you try to use the usual tricks on something new, if it doesn't apply to that thing as much, it might not look right. And it's like people have a lot of trouble with curly hair because they use tricks that aren't necessarily for curly hair.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, the principles kind of change. Like, you know, curly hair like 4C, if you're rendering like an afro, you don't get any highlights.
Yeah, you don't.
You don't get any highlights on really, really soft material. It's like you don't get highlights on like, you know, cat fur generally. It's like a very soft material. You get a core, and then you get texture in the core. So you get a lit side, a shadow side, and then texture in the core.
So lit side?
Would the same principles apply to skin? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, your arms and legs and stuff are just cylinders for the most part, right?
Shadow side. And then kind of indications of texture in the core. I made it a little bit dark, but... And sometimes you can even like be a little bit more fancy by showing some transition, like from light to dark, and you'll see like, oh, the little dots are getting darker and darker to the point of the shadows.
Hey Maru, been doing Noton and value studies for about 3 weeks. How do I study color after value studies? I would take your value studies and fill in some of the shapes with color. It's like what I was talking about the other week, right? Unfortunately, we drew on the layer of the demo, but let's just...
Put up to turn it to black and white.
Yeah.
Cheated a little bit.
Okay, so I'm just going to go like this, and I'm going to turn it black and white. All right, let me do it. Oops, let me do it for the whole thing, because I've already added color to this. So let's go in and undo it and re-add the color, all right? So Noton, for the most part, right? This is Noton. Basically 2 values. I've separated out the image into 2 values. Ignore the cylinder and stuff that I drew around this. Here's like 4 values. And now we have plenty, right? I'm just thinking, okay, I've separated my light and my dark. I need to understand the local color of my different pieces, right? This couldn't be a bright yellow. It's too dark. This could be a bright yellow or an orange. And so I'll go in here and just be like, I'm thinking purely in terms of color logic. This could be a red. And then I'll just go in here and I'm like, that's a little bit dark. I'll bring it up. There.
Ah.
And then I'll just take this side and I'll fill it with color.
It's kind of neat.
And then I'll go over here and I'll go, little bit warmer, little bit brighter, maybe even brighter. Fill it with color. And now I'm going, all right, so I've definitely chosen warm lights, right? Like if I'm going from here to here and I've warmed up that much, then I'll probably have really cool shadows. So I'm just going to like take this, cool it down, go a lot darker, and just fill this whole thing with that color, keeping my values, right? I turn this black and white.
Very similar.
My you know, violetish, reddish color is the same value as my gray. Because my values are already working. I don't need to change them. All I need to do is give color information now, right? Compartmentalizing straight. Like, you don't have to work this way, by the way. This is just a way to work. There we go. We can come down here, right? We can have that. So, like, maybe let's go into, like, something like this. For the sake of saving time, I'm just going to, like, lasso wand to select it. And I could just go in here. Fill all this in. And I'll come back in here and I'll be like, well, how do I cool down? How do I cool down a yellowish orange? Well, I'm going to add its complement. And that'll nuke it towards gray. And I'll come down a lot darker.
The complement, I think, is purple, right? Kind of like a violetish purple.
Well, we basically got blue on the opposite side here.
Opposite side, yeah.
But I don't even have to know exactly. If I'm mixing traditionally, then I have to know. But if I'm doing digital, all I have to do is just, you know, look across to the other side and just, like, it's gonna make it gray, right? Like, if I turn this little button on and I draw with this color, and then I pick this color and I paint with it, like, it's basically, you know, it's gonna nuke it, like, a lot.
What brush is that?
This brush that I'm using is literally a basic round. Yeah. It's like a default Photoshop brush, you can see. Completely basic. And I paint with it all the time. So my tablecloth, maybe I want my lemon to be a little bit more yellow than the tablecloth. So I'll just come up here and I'll go, okay, the lemon in the light is going to be this yellow. And then I'll go, the lemon in the light over here is going to be that same yellow. And so then I'll be like, yeah, sounds pretty good to me. I'll do the same thing. I'll nuke it. Desaturate it, come down in value, nuke it, desaturate it, come down in value. Notice how I've, like, never really changed any of my values. They're all the same. All my values are the same. And when I come up here, I'm just going to be like green, darkish, not changing my value. You get better at this over time. You can always double check it too. Do that. And, you know, yada, 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 doing all that. Can come back here. You know, okay, maybe like a pale wall. Okay, come back here. We got our pale wall. Take our pale wall and, I don't know, bring it down into something a little bit cooler. Right? And so you can see it's starting to take shape. And, you know, voila, the finished version. Because I ain't doing all that right now. It looks like this. Like, this was the still life, and that's the exact method that I used for this still life, and a lot of still lifes that I do
for anime art school as well.
Yeah, this is actually an actual lesson that I did in my painting class in our anime art school. Like, this is the final result. I did the whole thing in real time. Every single decision I explained, starting with the noton, moving into 4 values, and then moving into color and texture and all that kind of stuff. You know, and I even, like, threw a little bit of fancy stuff in there. It's not really necessary, like a little bit of simultaneous contrast with some blues and pinks and stuff, and a little shadow in the background. But again, you don't really need it. It works either way. And so, you know, that's basically the result of the study. So, who asked the question about that? Oh yeah, Paper Cat. I was using the color filter to color my grayscale. You can, but you have to understand color. If you can't do it manually, you can't do it with a filter, because it's the logic.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the logic that's important. And I manually adjust all of my edges as well.
Fancy.
Like, meaning if I have a hard edge and I want it softer, I'll just manually go in and decide exactly where I want to soften that edge. But yeah, so that's basically, and guess what? I drew on the same layer again. So next time we cover this, I'm going to have to do the same thing again. And we're just going to have like 50 layers of paint built up. Slowly, it's going to morph into something different.
You should do a little ASMR where you're like scraping off the layers of paint.
I'm wondering which cat dips their whole face in the water bowl. None.
You know, none of our
Toby
cats.
dips his whole paw in the water bowl and then flicks it everywhere and then does it again and again and again.
Yep. May I ask a question? Huh?
I got scared because yesterday I accidentally pressed not interested on yesterday's live. I've done that before, and I was very sad.
Oh.
TikTok knows, right? Like, you say not interested, but your actions say otherwise.
That's very true.
What are you using to draw? I was drawing in Photoshop on my computer with a Intuos Large. This guy, with a little pen, so it just goes. Christina's drawing on a Huion. Kamvas 16.
Yep.
Gen 3. On Photoshop as well.
And
But
I'm also using Photoshop, yeah.
I hope that color explanation made sense, right? Like, colors really don't matter. If your values and your shapes work, and you have some kind of logic to color, they just don't matter. They just don't matter. It's like entirely up to the individual. Colors just don't matter at all. Like, if your shapes and your values work, whatever color you make something, like, you can put color filters over things. Like, people color grade videos. They can make them warm. They can make them cool. They can make them really red. Like, look at this stinking, like, season 1 of The Walking Dead. They literally turned the middle of the day noon into sunset just by putting, like, a crazy color filter over it.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I was watching the show and I'm just like, those shadows are directly below them. It's not sunset. What the heck? But it looked like sunset because they modified the colors.
That's so funny when you're an artist, you're like, those shadows don't look right.
Like, colors just don't matter. They could have made it feel like they were in the middle of a blizzard just by making everything like blue.
That's so funny.
You were on my FYP a few days ago. I didn't have time then. Glad I joined today. Awesome. Glad you're here. Saw that. Nice, Lau.
Need to get my daughter a drawing tablet. So quick question, is there a standalone one where you would something?
You would recommend probably? Standalone drawing tablet that's like does not have to connect to the computer.
Those are more...
Chat might be able to help you more, but you're probably going to be looking at like an Android or like an iPad.
Samsung tablets, I think, are like a standalone drawing tablet and...
I don't know, honestly. I'm not super familiar with them. We're more than happy to try them out. If they email us and are just like, hey, you want to try this? We'll be like, sure. Maybe not an entry level, not standalone, so you have a computer that it can plug into.
These are great.
Shows filming at morning and adding a dark filter to make it look like night. That's funny.
We'd like to ask about how to set a mood on a drawing using color theory.
Setting a mood on a drawing using color theory. We could talk about that. Heck, I have an example on the iPad mini.
You do?
Of some of my work.
Yes.
Y'all want to hear some dark humor? Nah.
Nah.
Working out while watching this is def the best combo. Nice.
Ah, that's great.
Is there an easy way to draw anatomy? Not really. Yeah, so this is another demo that I did in my class in our anime art school. And I started with the same drawing, and I set the mood based on lighting it a different way. So, like, the top one is high key, the middle one is low key, and the bottom one is, like, medium key. Which means that high key at the top is like mostly bright, a little bit of dark. The middle one is mostly dark, a little bit of light. So again, it's a value thing. And then the bottom one is like mostly in the grays and stuff.
Yeah. By the way, we actually do have a 25% off on our anime art school.
Yeah, we have 25% off our school right now. All that stuff that I was showing you, that even the still life, that's from my painting class in our school.
Yeah, so you can find our classes or you can find our school on our website, drawanime.com. This is a 25% off code. That will end on Monday. So time is running out, but you know, that's available for you.
Silly.
Joke done. Turn off the lights.
Today I learned a lot thanks to you. Awesome.
Oh, thanks.
That is indeed dark humor, isn't it?
Dark and funny humor.
Dad joke, dark humor, more like it.
Yeah.
I watched your how-to color / cell shading today. Very helpful. Awesome.
Awesome.
Nice.
Was that one of the videos or is it one of our VODs, like our lives?
Yeah. I mean, choosing colors to pick the mood, it's still so much has to do with the values. Like, I would definitely think in terms of like high key, mid key, low key.
High key, mid key, low key, huh?
Yeah. So it's just.
I saw your old perspective videos on YouTube. It made so much sense. Oh, okay, nice. That's
Oh,
great.
awesome. Yeah, I'm supposed to be recording a new perspective video sometime. Let me think. I'll just do the sphere thing.
Sphere
All right.
thing.
The sphere thing is a legendary demo that is very boring.
Art school is super informative. I can't wait for winter so I have more time working through it. Oh, thank
Awesome.
you. That's very sweet. Yeah, we worked really hard on it. And I feel like, we're still, learning and improving. And we're like, man, I wish we could add that to the school. But, like that's the joys of learning and also being like, crap, we should have learned this earlier.
Yeah. So using color, we've got 3 spheres here. As you can tell, I like spheres a lot.
I love spheres.
Because they give you everything to do like a quick little demo, all right? So we've got 3 little spheres here set up, and we're going to set the mood on these to make them a little bit different, right?
Del Pappy says high key, mid key, low key. That's
Yeah, we'll just do like a high key, mid key, low key. So this one we'll make bright.
Oh.
So this one we'll make bright. This one we'll make mid key.
Oh.
Totally fine with me. I've merged my layers, haven't I? Let me go do this. Zoop. Zoop. Okay, this should work. Yeah, look at that. Okay, let's make this one like a mid key. Let's make this one like a low key, right?
Oh.
So we'll go do something like that. All right. So I am starting with kind of like this just base, right? Mid key. Let's just make it like reddish or something. Doesn't matter what color you pick. Just understand that when you're picking a color, let's make this one yellow because we can go a little bit more vibrant as well. So yellow in and of itself at peak chroma is just a bright color. If I pick full blast yellow and I turn this black and white, it is very, very, very bright. If I do the same thing with blue and I add like full blast of blue, it's dark. It's just a dark color. It's a dark color and a light color. If I turn this from black and white into color, right? So if I want this red here to be the same value, but I want to turn it into a yellow, I'm absolutely going to have to choose like a brown, because if I choose yellow like this, it's just too stinking bright, right?
It just
So
cannot be there.
choosing your values by default is going to somewhat restrict your colors. It's going to knock out high saturation, bright colors like yellows and oranges and like light greens, lime greens and stuff, right? I can't choose this. I can't choose this. I can't choose this. I can't really choose this. I could probably choose like red, maybe if I go down to like here. Yeah, see?
Yeah, there it goes.
So colors have local values, all right? And that directs some of our decision making, but not all of it. So if you like really bright and colorful scenes and you make something dark, it kind of has to be blues and purples if you want it to stay really high saturation. Unless you want to go into yellow, and then in which case it's going to be like a brown, right? So when I'm choosing colors for something, or when I'm choosing values for something, as soon as I put a value down, I'm sort of restricting what color something can be, all right? Now let's go into the sphere. If I want to choose a blue sphere, we could go and do something pretty like this. Where's my sphere? Here it is. Let's just lock it, all right? So there, pretty bright sphere. We can go in here and just add a little bit of a core shadow. This, you know, we can just go in here and make that similar as well. So that's pretty high key. If I turn this black and white, nothing gets darker than like, you know, a pretty light gray. So that would basically be like a high key scene, right? Let's go in here and we can do this, and then maybe this looks like it would probably be a kind of a cool light. So we'll just go and put like a cool shadow on there. You know, that looks pretty fun. This one right here, we can make this sphere, say, and this is like how I would set mood, right? I'll just go like, oh, let's have like a red sphere, and then let's go like maybe cool shadows. And so I'll make it a little bit cooler, and I can just kind of come in here and do maybe something along the lines of that. And so if I have cool shadows, then that probably means I have a warm light, in which case my highlight on my sphere is probably going to be warmer. So maybe I'll come up here, go into warm, and do something like that. I'll choose this, go cooler, darker. You know, maybe I'll have something along the lines of this. So like this is how I would set a mood, right? These are way different moods here, by the way. Way different moods. What's the blending brush? Is there a Procreate equivalent? Procreate actually has a lot better blending brushes than Photoshop, in my opinion. So it just has a better smudge engine, I think. Photoshop kind of sucks. But I don't know. This blending brush right here is from Yuming Lee's pack. You know, maybe we'll just like chuck up the blending brush for free too.
Oh, okay. I'll use it too.
Yeah, I use it a lot. This is just a bristle that you can find like all over the place. But anyways, right, this is mid. I would say this is probably more of a low key, right? So let's go in here and let's just go, I don't really want that much of like a low key shot. So let's kind of fill this in. Maybe that's more of mid key, right? And then we'll do a low key here. And, you know, maybe we'll make this, I don't know, like a cool green or something. And I'll just fill this in.
That almost looks warm compared to the blue. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. And then let's just say, you know, we could also have like a cool light on it. Or a warm light on it. And there's like that. So we've actually got kind of the same value for that now. Come down here. We can just make the ground the same. Like that's really stinking.
That's cool.
Like, right? That's really low key.
That's like a dark forest kind of vibe.
Yeah. So I like this vibe. Like it's sick. And if in fact I like this so much that I'm just gonna come back here and I'm gonna kind of.
Oh wow. That's
like
beautiful.
Look how cool that looks.
That's why I love
sick.
the spheres.
That's sick. So I've just created 3 different color palettes that I could like color images with, right? And I could come in here and we could just start playing a little bit, right? And come in here and go pinks.
Pinks. Oh, that's beautiful.
Right?
Oh, that's so satisfying.
And let's come in here and go, you know, maybe a little bit like.
You know, that almost looks like a reflection of like the world. Like there's like a blue sky with pink.
It would be
the ground.
You could see like trees and stuff in the background and mountains. It would look.
This is how people color very gorgeous
kind of like
eyes
that
too.
Yeah, this is exactly how people color pretty eyes. You could have like clouds in the background and stuff. If this was like a reflective sphere, right? It'd go maybe like this. Yeah, kind of fun. I like it.
That's sick.
Although I don't know if I'm really keep that, but
It's a cool
maybe
concept.
maybe we'll keep this. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting concept, right? And then we'll definitely get some influence of this yellow in the background, because you know colors aren't that important, but if you want them to look good, they have to relate to each other in some way. So I'm gonna want yellow mixed in to that in some way, right? They already sort of relate to each other. I'm gonna make this more interesting. Highlight. You know, I was looking through. What's his name? Assaro's painting notes, and he was just like, never make a highlight a circle.
It just doesn't look very
Just boring.
it's kind of boring.
Never make a highlight a circle. Highlights will rarely be circles, like, because even if the light is round, it's still being distorted by the form that it's falling on.
That's true.
But anyways, you know, there's 3 different color palettes. I actually liked the color palette before I did that, so let me see if I have enough undos to go in.
Oh,
there we go.
there we go.
And there's a high key, mid key, low key color palette. And obviously, like this color palette in the background, I could go in here and add like an accent or something just by doing like
Ooh.
something like this. And I could go into like my oranges and go like, this would make a pretty good night scene. color
would.
palette, you know? And if I want, I could just steal that same orange, you know, maybe and go in there. Either or, doesn't matter. So yeah, that's how I would choose a color palette based on mood. I'm relating all my colors to each other in some way. I'm keeping it relatively simple. I could come up here and go, you know, maybe we could transition into a little bit of purples up towards the top, like up here. Just to give a little bit of color temperature shift. And then I would paint an entire image using pretty much just these colors, or using this as a starting point, but not deviating too far from it. And that's exactly how I did those. Where, can you bring those up again?
Yep.
Like, I literally did this exact thing for these paintings here. You can literally see, like,
yep.
There's my little sphere demo. Here's my little daytime. So I figured out the logic of the shot. Blue sky, warm sunlight, lots of greens and blues. And then the rocks were going to be kind of like a tannish. And this doesn't show the colors very well because it's just a camera looking at an iPad. But like you can see, and I started with a warm underpainting. This one, right? Blues and all that. This one, a lot of grays. A lot of grays, a lot of like kind of, you know, neutral colors and stuff. And it's like, I could take all three of those shots and paint them using these color palettes as well. And it, you know, this one would look really pastel. This one would actually look really cool. I actually really like the direction of this.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You know, what if we did something like just, you know, I'm using my mouse. The smudge brush doesn't work very well with a mouse.
Any advice for Goo Eyes' more muted dark tones?
That's good.
It'll be a similar concept.
Yeah.
But I know that Goo Eyes doesn't really use a lot of high saturation in his pieces, or in their pieces, because their pieces are generally quite gritty. But
yeah.
I guess it also just depends on the piece.
I mean, Goo Eyes has a lot of like videos and tutorials and classes online. They talk about that sort of thing a lot.
Yeah.
It's really this stuff, right? Like Goo Eyes spends a lot of time just graphically designing the image, and when the graphics are good, they'll just design out a really low key piece. And like, I'm not anywhere near as good as Goo Eyes, but I've definitely looked at some of his stuff and tutorials, and it's, you know, it's very similar to this sort of thing where it's like you focus on low key, high key, mid key. You choose your colors based on, you know, what vibe you're going for, and then you're locked into like, this is medium, this is dark, this is light. Goo Eyes really never uses this kind of palette. It's mostly like, you know, dark stuff, but you know, Goo Eyes has rock solid fundamentals, really good at perspective, anatomy, poses, face, you know, painting faces and expressions. And this is almost just kind of like not afterthought, like after like the graphic composition and stuff is done, this stuff is more just whatever the artist feels like doing.
What days do you guys do live streams? These days we've been kind of going live almost every day, around like the evening, like, or the afternoon, like 4 p.m. Pacific. And we like it, so we're probably just gonna be streaming at least like 4 or 5 times a week. We generally stream on Mondays and Fridays and Tuesdays and Thursdays, I guess.
Yeah, I would honestly look up some of Goo Eyes' tutorials and stuff.
Yeah.
Goo Eyes has like a whole section in the color and light book from 3D Total. Like there's a whole section by Goo Eyes talking about how their workflow. I know Goo Eyes has some classes online. I think Goo Eyes has some classes on Colosso. And just nothing beats, you know, going in and just kind of doing your own research on your own. Like, Goo Eyes art. Like, let's just, you know, find something. You know, bring it to black and white. This is a pretty mid to low key piece. Like, they definitely planned this out. They definitely planned out, you know, the shapes here. These types of shapes, you know, the composition. This, by the way, this shot right here has like no anatomy. You can see a teeny tiny bit of the clavicle right here. Right? You can see some of the planes of the face, like the nose and all of in the eye sockets. But like this shot itself, they have literally just taken the arms. So if you think that you need to learn like a bunch of anatomy, where's the anatomy in the arm? This is a cylinder. That's literally just a cylinder. This one is just like a small piece of a cylinder. This one, you don't even see the arm. You just see a little tiny bit of the cylinder. You don't even need clothing folds for this one, heck.
Yeah.
Right?
I really like that
Where's the anatomy? Here's a little bit of a clavicle. Here's a little bit of the like neck and traps coming out from behind. A little bit of the deltoid. Tiny bit of an indication of the deltoid. Not much anatomy going on here. Not much hair rendering going on here. So it's like, you know, a lot of the time these pieces are... It's like the experience on putting things like this together. That's the really important thing. So, yeah, it's really cool. Here's like a little worm, right? It's like a yellowish, but it's not like a super hot yellow. Like if you color sample in here, look, like it's not getting very saturated. It's not like all the way over here. Like if I put this here, it's nowhere. So it's a very cool yellow. So this is like a really, really, really cool shot. And even though temperature wise, right? I mean, it's cool as well, obviously. Like temperature wise, everything is very cool. These are like very, very muted. You know, you got like little tiny bit of purplish pink. Yeah, it is almost like a mono. Wait, what?
Monochromatic.
It's almost, yeah. Or just very low saturation. The whole thing is like kind of hovering in those blues and little tiny bit of purple for their warms. So their whole color palette is like this, and then they just go a little bit over here and that.
Wow.
And they pretty much hover in this area. So if I were to render one of these spheres like that, heck, we could even just do that.
Let's do it.
If you want. We're just going to take this. We're going to take this. I put it in the wrong place. There. We're going to take this. And we're going to like kind of try to match this color palette, right? I'm not going to match the lighting. Like the lighting is quite soft. Like they don't have any hard lighting on them. Let's try it. So background. I'll start with a background, right? And I'll just manually pick these colors. It's like a, you know, it's like this. Sorry, I've got a bunch of like artifacts and baggage around my image.
Make sure you unlock.
There we go. Oh yeah.
Because that won't actually work.
Oh.
Yeah.
Christina saved me from being confused in 10 seconds. Okay.
There we go.
Right. Perfect.
Ooh.
Come up a little bit. Maybe go a little bit into tiny bit more purplish pink. And then we can just go like that. Maybe come down a teeny tiny bit. There's our colors for the background. Sphere. Obviously, we can make it whatever we want. We'll just do this. You know, that's definitely more pink than they probably have, so I'll keep it like that. Shadow. Pretty gray, honestly.
Yeah.
Pretty close. That's kind of along the lines of, I don't even see any highlights. I'm just looking. Okay, here's a highlight. Okay, it's kind of like a coolish highlight. So let's just come up here. Let's go into blue. Take this sphere. That's pretty much their color palette. Right? Again, this sphere represents just a general whatever. Like, it's not the skin. It's not anything particular. If we wanted to make it like the wrap around her chest, then it would be like more like that. And we could do that. Like we could just come on here and be like, zoop, zoop, zoop.
Oh.
There's the wrap. We'll just say it's that. And so, yeah, like, that's how I would design a color palette. Let's check our darks, right? Maybe we'll make this shadow a bit darker. Come in here, go down a bit more. Maybe we'll make this even darker. They honestly feel like they're making their shadows really dark. So it'd be enough to start painting, right? You kind of like dissect the image and think about what they're using exactly. This is how it would break down like the colors of an artwork. I would just go and look at this, like how saturated blue does this get? Not saturated. What about this?
Look how close those blues are.
What about this?
Wow.
Okay. Skin. What about the light versus the dark? Where's my color going? Okay, it's the light is more saturated than the dark. Light or dark, light, dark, light, dark, light. Okay. What about like the highlight? Very blue.
Wow.
And I'm going like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay. Super mega blue highlights. That's why I put a blue highlight on here, by the way, because I was like, oh, they got really blue highlights. All I did was look at one of these pieces of metal, and I'm just like, oh yeah.
It gives you clues.
Blue. It's not warm. It's not like a warm light, right? Like you got this earring. This has got warm highlights. But like I'm ignoring that for now. Go in here. Oh, blue highlights. So it's like, what color do I make the shadows? What colors do I make the lights? It's like, well, they're making the highlights blue, and they're making the shadows a little bit warmer, and they're making the lights a little bit cooler, generally. It's one thing you can do. What about like the light blue? Okay. You know, just looking around, being like, huh. Not like color sampling to paint anything or to copy. You're just trying to understand. It's like a little investigation tool. Like, oh, I see. Oh, interesting. Look at this. These deep shadows. They get into like, you get some like pinks in there. Interesting. But yeah, anyways, that's how I would investigate it.
I like that.
Oh, so how is everybody doing anyways? I've been locked in for a while. Haven't even looked up at chat too much.
How do I color or render gold, like gold jewelry, and what color should I use?
What lighting is it under?
What lighting is it? Is it under like neutral lighting, like studio lighting? Is it under dark lighting? Because that will determine.
If it was under the lighting that Goo Eyes just did, it would be a completely different color. Like you would choose a different color. It would look like gold, but you would choose a completely different color. Doing good, trying to design a character. Noise. I just got inspiration to go draw now after art block. Awesome.
Yay.
Wood art is that, huh?
Whose art is that? I think they were asking about Goo Eyes.
That's Goo Eyes. Doing great. Awesome. Good. Wonder if he has them on his Patreon. Probably. You might have to just do some digging, looking around. I've definitely seen breakdowns from Goo Eyes in different places before.
Like, I think with gold, I kind of have to look up some reference of gold. Gold ring. I guess maybe this one will do. I guess it is actually easier to be on this tablet. Whoa, that's weird. I wonder why it does that.
I had no idea. Chat witnessed it too.
Yeah. So like this versus this.
What is it? G-U-W-E-I-Z.
You know, the colors are very, very different because these lighting scenarios are very, like, you know, you got, for this one here, you got very saturated yellows and oranges because the light is dimmer. The overall background is like in a warm, rich background. But with this one that is more like, you know, studio lighting, which is under a white background, you can see that the white is really, really influencing the gold in here.
Yeah, you can see very clearly on that one.
Yeah. It's like I'm just choosing like very obvious examples. So like it depends on what lighting scenario you're doing it in.
Yeah, they're both lit very softly too.
Yes.
Like, look at the highlight on that ring.
It's
There
very
is a
soft.
massive light above this ring causing that highlight. It's probably like a giant square or round light. I mean, look at how soft that shadow is right there.
Wow.
That's a super,
Yes.
super soft shadow. It's almost like ambient occlusion.
That's really
So you've got to have a massive light right above this thing. Right above this thing. In order to get that type of lighting. Same with this one. I mean, this one's might as well be lit completely ambiently with the size of that shadow. So just know when you look up things like gold, most of them are lit under like product design lighting.
Yeah.
So
Like, yeah.
if you render gold like this in an image that does not have the similar lighting, it's not going to look right because it doesn't fit the environment and the context.
Like generally you can think about the neutral, like the natural color of gold, which is, you know, this like really dark, not really dark, but like this kind of deep yellow that's quite saturated. It's not like brass, which is like what, more desaturated. Is brass more desaturated? Like a desaturated brown?
It's just different.
It's just different. So like if you want something to feel gold, you know, using higher saturation, you know, I'm just saying like if you want it more like a general gold color, it's like, okay, you know, warm shadows.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Is your
What?
you probably have a brush effect on. Press shift and then click the button on the brush or on the pen. Shift. Press the button.
Okay. Okay. I think I got it.
Mode normal. Can you make this brush bigger? This?
Yeah. I actually wish I could change the brush.
It seems like it's fine.
Okay.
It's just, you actually wish you could change what?
I want to change the zoom to down here and the...
Oh, okay. We'll do that later.
Yeah.
It's
What
still
is
doing it.
that? Yeah.
It's like there's a blending mode that's on.
But they're
Move
all
the
on
canvas
normal.
around. Is it tweaking?
Maybe.
I don't know. Did something get pressed?
Where is this coming from? That's weird. I don't know what this is.
I think
what
the
it's doing.
Photoshop is tweaking.
Yeah. Let me save this.
And then, like,
Reopen it.
if you want.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah.
Slide. That's so dumb. Oh yeah, there. I think. Okay. Yeah. The Photoshop was just tweaking.
Photoshop tweaks. Good evening. Did you happen to have a Black Friday sale on the class? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
This
is the code.
Yes.
25% off.
25% off for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. For Anime Art School, you can check it out on drawanime.com. It's going to be the yellow button. The yellow button. And yeah, you can go grab it. We do teach all this stuff. Like all the stuff that I was talking about today, like I teach that in my painting class. Like this painting class that I have made is very in-depth. It's an entire rendering class. Like the first 5-6 weeks are like literally rendering lessons like this.
Yeah.
Like I take a basic round brush and I go through and render absolutely everything completely by hand, explain all of the process. I teach you how to calculate cast shadows. Right? It's a proper rendering class. I teach you how to paint materials, teach you how to do, you know, this kind of stuff is all done with a basic round brush. Just like I was painting earlier with that sphere. I just paint spheres because they're great. Right? This bedroom could be rendered in like that low-key lighting. That would be sick. You know, this kind of stuff. There's some of the rendering lessons. I teach you how to break down materials and all that. I teach some of the, you know, environment and background stuff like what I was talking about. And this is just in the painting class, by the way. There's a bunch of classes. This is one class. It's a year-long program, and this is a 14-week painting class. So our anime art school is very in depth. Yeah, it's all recorded, so you can go through it at your own pace.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a mini college, basically. Like if you want to go to college and learn, the basics of perspective and characters and anatomy and figure drawing and clothing drawing and painting and backgrounds and, all that stuff, and you want to go at your own pace, you can't go to college or whatever. You want to just learn on your own, have a refresher. Mm-hmm. Speaking of refresher.
Mm-hmm. Nice coffee. But yes, this is the 25% off code for our school.
With character art, is a good idea to have cast shadows for multiple light sources, or should there be one main dominant light? It doesn't actually matter. What's important is, can people understand it? Mm-hmm. So with character art, a lot of the time people will render it very softly so you can see all of the clothing and details and stuff. But if you're talking about like an illustration, it does not matter at all. Like, it is about clarity of the image, right? It's about the clarity of the image. Can people see what's going on? I mean, like, look at this other piece by Go Eyes.
Oh, love that one.
Here it is. Look at this other piece by Go Eyes. 2 light sources. Strong, very warm light coming from this direction. Soft, cool light that's lighting the whole shadowed side of the body. And there's like a little bit of rim light from something that's pink right here. I'm not sure. It's probably just something off screen, right? They just kind of use it to highlight the edge of the body. People do that a lot, by the way. They'll use rim light in order to create like a pretend line work in order to hold your drawing together. Because rim light can look a little bit like line work sometimes. So like, this is a perfect example in my opinion. But like, look at this one, right? Here's another piece by Go Eyes. 1 light source, soft light coming from her front. All of these shadows are lost. If this was concept art, nobody would be able to model this, but it's not. It's an illustration, so it doesn't matter. It's about clarity, right? They're setting the mood. This is a absolutely gorgeous piece.
Very gorgeous.
Right?
I actually absolutely love the soft lighting in there.
And it's completely soft lighting, right? And different artists will have different tastes. Like, look at this one, for example.
Same artist.
And it's not loading.
I like that one too. That one's fun.
It's about clarity, right? You can pretty much, if you can get away with it, you can do it.
I really like that
literally anything. It's all like low res stuff. This one's super cool. Look at this one.
I really like that one too.
Hard direct light coming from straight above. Look at these shadows. They're completely grouped. If I turn this black and white, all of this stuff in the dark is just grouped. You lose all of that detail because it doesn't contribute to the story, and it makes the story, right? It's very, very well done. This lady has a light coming from directly above her. Mm-hmm. And she's got, plenty of bounce light coming up from the ground into her legs.
It's an awesome piece.
So my answer would be it literally does not matter. If your story is effectively told, you can do anything.
It is Go Eyes.
Yeah.
Guwe.
Is this artist?
Yep.
We were just on the subject of Go Eyes earlier, so I had their work up. Mm-hmm. For shadows, you could try a purple/magenta for gold. You could. If the lighting situation, if the lighting situation, makes it happen, you could do it.
Yeah.
Because color is relative. You can make almost any color, almost any other color.
Yeah. Like if I had it in like a purplish background, then maybe I could add some purplish tones in the gold.
You'd probably get some purples going in there.
Maybe the colors would have more of like an orange tinge. Kind of mix into that. Totally valid.
One ring to rule them all. Nice. Work on a sci-fi rogue space racer girl. That's fun. I'm struggling to blend colors when doing shadows, especially on skin. I most of the time use the blur tone, but it doesn't really work. I need help. Should I blend colors when doing shadows? I would check the values. I would check the values on it.
Bye, Lau.
Bye-bye. Have a good one.
So is the base always a darker yellow, or does that also depend?
Is the
Base color on TikTok.
Is the base always a darker yellow, or does that also depend? It depends.
It depends.
I mean, if you're in a really low light situation, then the base would be a lighter yellow.
Low light situation?
Yeah, like low lighting, whatever. Like,
oh, okay.
If I take, you know, let's just say, okay. So like, say for example, white, right? Like, this could be the base of the white hair, right here. This color, right there. Let's say this is the base color of our white hair. Here, it changes, and it becomes more brown because of the environment. Here, it changes, and it becomes blue. So that's it compared to the base. So it's not darker in this case. What about this one? Here's the base. This one becomes like a reddish. Like if I told you this was white hair color, like you'd be like, that's not white hair color. That ain't white. But when it's put into the context of a shot, if I said, oh yeah, this is the white hair color, it's like, oh yeah, that's white hair. Because the context gives you the information, right? It is the context of the environment. So like that's the reason that I do stuff like this, is because contextually I'm creating context, and then that allows me to paint and draw. So if I want to put a white part, what the heck? Oh, there we go. If I want to put like a white thing on this circle, I would probably go in here and go like that, or even darker than that, probably like that. I go, okay, that's a white.
That feels good.
That's white, but it's not. It's a medium blue. But contextually within the scene, it's like, yeah, it feels mostly white. Like you could get away with that.
What if you put like a gold ring around it, like a gold strip?
And then maybe I'll go down here and do that.
Ooh.
I could go, yeah, there's a white, like a white dot, or like a white, you know, oval area on that circle or that sphere. It feels pretty good to me. What if you put like what?
A gold strip around it. Like
a gold strip around it? Yeah, it'd be kind of hard. I'm not, I don't have any reference, but we could try it. Homie.
Whoa.
Photoshop is weekend. Terrible app, by the way. You know. It would probably be
like a more darker.
Yeah, it would probably be like really. Maybe you'd come in here with something like this. You definitely get like a lot more blue influence around these edges. I definitely get like a highlight, probably a specular of the warm, because I have a warm light on this. You know, maybe like something along the lines of this.
Ooh.
Oops.
That works.
Like a gold ring. I'm just drawing with my mouse. I don't even have my pen. It's a good exercise to try this stuff as well. Like, just try it, see what happens. It depends on like what exact shape this gold area is, but I might, you know, try something along the lines of this. I want like a gold ring around that.
That's cool.
And it depends on what the form is exactly. I would really want to find a reference. It's difficult to do this without like a good kind of reference to see how the gold reacts specifically to like the environmental situations. But if I were to have to do like a quick and dirty gold, probably do something around the lines of this. Maybe get some.
I'm kind of looking for like a.
Some of that sort of thing. What?
Kind of looking for something that has that vibe.
It just doesn't. You're never going to find gold without lighting situation. That's why like AI is so bad at this kind of stuff, is because if you can't find reference or examples of it, it doesn't have anything to pull on. That's why it can't show anything but clocks that say a certain time. Is because like there's like a logic to the lighting and everything, right?
Interesting.
And then this whole thing could be like, you know, maybe a little bit.
Ooh, darker.
Maybe a little bit darker. Like that sort of thing. No, I could probably do that as a start.
Have you ever stepped on a mouse trap or anything like that?
Not really.
Nope. Over blurring can make things look muddy. Yeah. I think like when it starts disrupting the light and the darkness of things, and that's when it gets a little bit dangerous. It can.
Yeah, I mean, just understand that there's 3 types of edges. You know, there's hard edges, there's soft edges, and then there's lost edges. And so hard edges transition very quickly. Soft edges transition slower, like this. And lost edges, like, they basically don't really have a stopping point, you know? So it can be like...
stretched out.
Like this sort of thing. Like, where exactly is that edge? Like, a lost edge is like, you know, all of this stuff down in here. You get a lot of lost edges, right? It's usually when something transitions from one value into another value that's really similar. I think I might have some lost edges in... I was thinking I might have had some lost edges in here. Like, there's definitely some lost edges between this right here. If I change that, you basically don't really see much of an edge, right? There's a lost edge between the edge of the lemon in the shadow and in the background right there. Same with this edge. Like, this is all the same value, right? This, but there's a lemon right here. You can see it when you look in color. You can see that there's a transition from orange to yellow, but there's no value change. So that would be considered a lost edge. And then this would be considered a soft edge. This would be, you know, this would be considered a very hard edge.
Like, not, I mean, there's definitely areas where the shadow is in detail, but then the light isn't. And then there's definitely areas where the light is in detail and the shadows aren't in detail. It just depends.
Yeah.
Like,
everything is super contextual. Super, super, super contextual.
what brush are you using currently?
This is basic round.
Basic round.
I've actually pretty much only used that basic round today. It's just default round brush. I mean, yeah, you don't necessarily remove detail from shadows. You could remove the detail from the light. It's just, it depends on what you want to say, right? If you're overexposing your image, then the details from the light get crunched and the details from the shadow have the details in them, right? It's like photography. You can overexpose, you can underexpose. So like, you know, you could have things really blown out in the lights and you could get a lot of nice details in here.
I love that sphere. The light one.
You know, you could start really pulling in some interesting details in here. There's just no rules. There's just like principles. Principles are like super contextual. There's no rules. There's like the sooner that you can kind of stop thinking in terms of rules, like people will say, well, rules don't use tangents, right? If there's one rule, it's like, what's one rule that you shouldn't break? And people will be like, tangents. You don't want to use tangents. No, tangents are totally fine. They create a feeling of uneasiness and they can create a feeling of flatness. And so cinematographers and people who make movies will use tangents intentionally if they want to make you uncomfortable in a scene. Right? There's some really good examples of tangents used well, but it's like, it's recommended for beginners to avoid tangents if they can't use them to great effect. A tangent is basically when when two things line up. So like if I had a square and I had a triangle and that triangle touched the square, it creates a feeling of flatness. So if I were to remove this tangent, I could either overlap it so the triangle is behind it or in front of it, or I could take the triangle and move it away so there's enough breathing room. By the way, a tangent could be this. There could be still space in there, but it's creating a feeling of flatness and uncertainty. So most of the time you'll hear the advice, eliminate tangents, because what tangents do is they create flatness. But if you want to create flatness, use tangents. There's a lot of amazing artists who use tangents to great effect in their images, right? They'll split the image in half, 50-50. They go, oh, never put your subject matter in the middle. Yeah, well, what about like religious paintings? They're always putting the subject matter in the middle to great effect. Like this kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or
like
if you split
scenes.
your composition, you know, we were going through a class and there was like a person back here and there was like a person sitting in a chair right here.
I didn't even realize that piece was 50-50.
Here's his head. Here was his arms. His feet went and created a tangent with the bottom of the screen. There was a hallway right here going like that. The back of the chair was just lined up right with the back. And then there was another guy sitting here. And he was in another chair facing us. And his feet went to the bottom of the screen. And this was completely... like something terrible had just happened in the movie and they were in like a waiting room. And so they used tangents all over the place to make everybody feel weird because it was like, oh my gosh, this is just a bad situation. And so there are like this guy's foot lined up perfectly with the other guy's foot. And like, you know, maybe these guys' hands were like lined up with each other. I don't remember the shot exactly. I actually think I took a screenshot of it. Now that I think about it, did I? Please. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Here it is. This is the screenshot.
Wow, I didn't know it was 50-50.
Middle of the shot. And they created like this K composition on the right side and the left side. And these people's feet are all lining up with like the edge of the frame right here, like this. I don't need this color picker over here anymore, right? They're all lining up and there's all these tangents here. And because I don't know what movie this is, but it was just a really, really good example like of tangents used to make people feel uncomfortable intentionally. Let emotion be your pilot. This is from the class. I probably shouldn't show this. So you can take a screenshot of that if you really want it, but because it's too late now. I'm hoping to interview some of these guys that made this class that we were going through on our YouTube channel. But yeah, you can use tangents to great effect.
Can you give me any character or anyone to add to my sketchbook? Can be a person too. Colin's gonna say Miki.
Miki for sure. But that's like a given, right? Like, who else? You can do the other girls like Miko and Abby.
Mm-hmm. Or Naomi or June or Tira or Ray or whatever in our Discord. I'm assuming if you're new, then you have no idea who they are, but there are characters. Because you did say anyone.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways.
fun.
So yeah, you'll always just hear, don't use tangents. And people like, I would love, like, this is the funny thing is like you take like a master artwork, have a bunch of beginners critique it. You'll get just the craziest, like the wildest responses, right? Like, oh, this lines up, that shouldn't line up.
Wait a second.
Because like people hear advice and they treat it like gospel without context. What?
I was gonna say there could be a video where it's like, how different levels of artists critique an artwork.
Yeah.
As like beginner, amateur, pro. That'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah. It could be funny. And then like all of the pros, it's just like, well, here's, one thing that you could do is this. There's just no right answer.
No, we didn't make Hatsune Miku. No, that's not ours. We have characters that we made There's just some of them.
Mm.
This is Colton's character, Miki. Oh. Colton's character, Miki, is in our book too. And then there's also a girl friend group that they're in. They're like a little clique. And so there's Miko and Miki, who are sisters. Then there's June, Tira, and Naomi. And there's a few others that were added to the group later on. But those character references are in our Discord. So the extra few. Let me go and look it up. Character references, yeah. Here's Abby, Colton's other character. Super cute. Kind of tough girl, tough tomboy girl.
Abby's the one on YouTube.
Yes, Abby's the one on YouTube. And then there's Ray, which is my character, who's an anatomy teacher. And then there's Jake. The one left out. So yeah, these are our characters, and we put them in there. These are all the reference sheets. Ideally, we'll love to see all of them in your sketchbook.
So now what do we talk about?
I have no clue.
What do we do today? Do we spend a little bit of time hanging out with chat?
Yeah.
Maybe we do something like that.
Maybe I can do a little bit of an illustration on here. I think this is kind of fun, talking about hair and different hair textures. Let me just merge all this. Christmas overlays are coming back soon. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, probably.
I totally forgot. Hopefully.
Forgot about those.
I forgot about those too. Not gonna lie. I guess now that I've switched the controls to onto the tablet, my back isn't hurting as much anymore.
That's good. Oh, I do have a drinky, don't I?
You do.
Let's go. People hate to hear this, but honestly, the best critique, the thing that people need the most usually is most people when they're starting off, they make pretty much all the same. They have pretty much all the same issues, right? And it is basically just lack of fundamentals, lack of experience and practice. And so I honestly don't think that most beginners need that many critiques. I think they just need to study and learn a process and practice that process a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
Some of the best teachers I've ever taken in my life, their critiques during class are mostly just keep it up.
Yep.
Literally just keep it up. You're following the process, you're following the steps. If you've ever had a job before and they teach you how to do something, they show you, they demonstrate how to do it. You do it sloppily. There may be a couple little things here and there, but what you really just need is to do it a bunch of times and you get better at it. And most beginners, that's literally just what they need. They need lots of encouragement and lots of repetition. And then if they're kind of heading in a direction that is forming a bad habit, they can be gently, don't forget to think about this or don't forget to think about that. But telling someone the hand is off or something is literally a useless critique. Because even if they recognize that the hand is off, they're going to fix the hand being off as they practice and get better anyways. So I just say, keep up the good work. Honestly, just keep the practice up, And beginners also don't know what they need critiques on. Cause they don't know what they don't know, right? How can you know what you need a critique on if you don't know the thing?
Yeah.
It's it's someone going into a jet fighting academy and being the pilot trainer, the person's I've never really been in a plane before, but I really need to learn how to shoot missiles and shoot the enemies down. And the pilot teacher is yeah, we'll get to that later. Let's at least familiarize you with the plane, with a Cessna, let's take you up in the air one time in a Cessna
and see first and teach you first.
And it's just, people don't generally need anything other than encouragement and a good process to follow. Like tips are so much less important than people think they are. Like they're not bad. It's just getting better has way more to do with repetition and trying things and loosening up. And there's just simply a lot of really bad teachers out there. And I don't mean bad art. I mean, like, they are the main thing keeping people from becoming good artists because they just critique the heck out of people. And it's like,
That's
you
the only
mostly
thing
just
that they
need
do.
practice
Yeah.
and a good process, right? Like, if I were starting from absolute scratch again in art, I would definitely find some sort of like a program or class, right? And find like a mentor and just do the assignments. Like learn a process. It doesn't take you very long to learn a process. You write it down, put it on a sticky note, put it on your monitor, and then you do 500 gesture drawings or 500 figure drawings following that process and just being like, crap, I forgot step 2. Okay, we got to remember to do step 2. And then when you get to step 2, you're just like, okay, step 2.
Yep, step 2. And then just once you do it over and over again, like, you're going to remember.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, that's why I think classes are really good. Classes are good, you know, and there's definitely a time and place for tips, like, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Like, you know, like, I think books like Taco's book and tip books are really good for people who are like professional level or like getting to a professional level, because it'll show you how to like optimize things. But, you know, mostly what people need is encouragement.
Yeah.
And practice, like encouragement and practice, and technique, you know? Technique.
Technique. Is that what's that? SpongeBob?
Don't know how to get myself going on a bike because everyone's advice is just put your feet on the pedals. Yeah, it just sounds like terrible advice. Like, there's a process to learning how to ride a bike, and you follow that process and you do it a lot. Like, I've taught people how to ride bikes. And you sit on the seat. You put one foot on each side. You don't put your feet on the pedals, and you push off, lift your feet up, and put them back down. You push off, lift your feet up, and put them back down. That's why kids learn how to ride bikes on those pedal-less bikes, because they need to find their sense of balance. They don't need to put their feet on the pedals. You practice finding your sense of balance. That's how I taught myself how to ride a unicycle. Like, you have to find your sense of balance. So you go, you know, put your feet on the ground. No, this is literally how to ride a bike. Like, you know, sit on the seat, put your feet on each side, you know, like this. And you push off, you kick off, hold your legs out, and then put them back on the ground. You know, you go a couple of feet.
I wish I learned that first.
You go a couple of feet, and then you put them back down. And you kind of start to get comfortable, like, feeling that balance of riding a bike. But, like, people also vastly underestimate just, like, the human being's ability to figure things out through trial and error. Like, how every baby learns how to walk. Mm-hmm. 'Cause you just try stuff. I find that that happens as well in, like, classes and stuff. Like, people have this, like, idea of what they think it's going to be like to learn something. And then when it, like, doesn't match that, when they start learning and it doesn't match that, they're like, I must be doing something wrong, or I must not understand something. It's like, no, like, literally everybody feels this. Like, you just eventually, you know, start to get it.
Absolutely.
That's why like so many people will, like, quit art or get discouraged, is because it's like you have to go through a phase where you just feel like you're in the dark. Like, I don't know where I am. I don't know where I'm going. I'm in the dark, and you just
keep going.
Keep trying
keep
stuff.
Going. Welcome back, Dahlia.
Well, that's why you make us practice in anime art school. Yes. Practice is the only way you'll get better at something.
Yes.
Like, you can watch you can watch 1,000 hours of tutorials. You ever have those people, you know, those people who come into chat and they, like, know all the stuff and they, like, know all the terms for things and everything, but then you, like, and they're, like, giving all this advice in chat, but then you, like, go to their profile and they look like an absolute beginner, and you're like, how do they know all this stuff? Like, all these tips and how things should be.
Tutorials.
It's just because like the only way to get better is practicing. Like watching a bunch of videos doesn't make you better at something. It will build your like knowledge of a subject. It's like, you know, someone who's like a huge like nerd when it comes to like, I don't know, like airplanes and jets and stuff. It's like they'll know everything about jets, all the things. And then they never be able to fly a jet because like you have to practice. You have to go into the simulators and and all that. Like you can learn so much about something. And there's a lot of people out there who literally never get formal training in art. They just try a bunch of stuff. Like David, for example. Oh my gosh, dude. David, he was trained in perspective and some design stuff. But he's, for the most part, self-taught just through trial and error. Like his work is insane. He has so much amazing stuff, right? Look at this. This is David's work. This is my friend. He's almost entirely self-taught. This is what his work looks like.
Wow.
He just tries stuff. He has literally no fear. He spends all of his time in a sketchbook drawing and has no fear and just tries stuff. Look at this right here. You just learn stuff through trying, right? Look how good this is right here, Christina.
Oh my gosh.
The term for this, simple and complex. He does it naturally. He's never heard of simple and complex. Maybe at some point, but he just vibes it out because he has so many thousands of hours spent practicing.
It just kind of becomes intuitive.
But he's not like brainlessly practicing. He's like trying to like, oh, what if I did this? Oh, what if I did that? Like brainless practice won't really make you much better. Like really like trying to do things. I've seen it so many times. Like there's so many people out there who are like self-taught and like get really good like this. He's one of like the main concept artists on World of Warcraft. This is all WoW stuff. This kind of stuff. This kind of stuff.
David Norin, that's his name.
Yeah, this is David's. David Norin, there's his name. I need to DM him again. I've interviewed him on our channel in the past. He was my classmates. I was good friends with him the entire year that I was in industrial design school. We've worked on jobs together. I've known him for 10 years. And he's super good. Way better at drawing than I am. And he just draws all the time. He doesn't take any classes or anything. Like, I don't think like I'm more technical, like I'm more analytical and I teach a lot. So I like knowing the names of things and processes so I can teach others. But like a lot of people just figure it out on their own. I mean, you know, I wouldn't say David is self-taught. Like he went through industrial design school and was forced to practice perspective for hundreds and hundreds of hours and stuff. But like all of the design stuff, like he's pretty much figured that out just through trial and error.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we went through a really rigorous school and tons of perspective, tons of that kind of stuff. He would have gotten there anyways, for sure. Like he eventually would have, you know, like some of his school stuff. This is what some of his school stuff looks like back when we were in classmates. Did a bunch of stuff like this.
Wow.
This is school stuff 9 years ago. School stuff. This is fun.
That is fun.
That's not school stuff. That's after school. He just pushed it way down on his art station. This is school stuff.
Got to go through a lot of that training. But
yeah.
you can tell that he also had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
He's just, I just draw. At least that's from what I remember.
Yeah. I mean, I have some of my school stuff on my art station.
Let's see it.
This is school stuff.
Oh, I do remember that one.
This is school. I did that in school.
I remember that dark one.
This is school. This is actually the artwork that got me hired before I graduated.
Wow.
So like, you know, self-taught. I like, you know, James Gurney is self-taught. He didn't receive a formal education in art, but like, don't confuse self-taught with never learning anything. Self-taught is like, you take charge of your own education. Not, I'm just going to close my mind off to the entire world and simply draw in a sketchbook in an isolated little bubble. Like, you never really learn that way. Yeah, that's all school stuff. This is school stuff too.
Ooh, I remember that one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Iconic.
10 years ago, wow.
Was that really 10 years ago?
Yeah, this is school stuff as well. Dang, the memories. That's fun.
Can you use Procreate on that drawing tablet?
No.
No, because my tablet's connected to a Windows
But anyways.
or PC. So, and that is not Apple.
Yeah, it's just practice a lot. Like practice and like fail forward, right? Like be analytical and be like, man, like I really want this piece to be better. Like how could I do that? Maybe I'll try this. And it's like have this kind of just unrelenting desire to learn and grow without fear.
Absolutely.
Yeah, people ask sometime like, well, if you could give one piece of advice to your past self, what would it be? Or what would it be? I would say proceed without any fear. Fear has no place in learning art. There's literally nothing to be afraid of.
Fear is a tool of the enemy.
Yeah, it is the number one thing that holds most people back is just like fear of trying things.
And not working out.
Yeah. Like 100%. Like there is no risk. Did your friend use reference photos? Probably not for most of them. Probably for some of them. Like his stuff his like chaos drawings and stuff. Probably not a lot of them.
Chaos drawings, I like that.
Like just the stuff that's insane, like this type of thing, right? David draws so much Asian architecture like this, like he doesn't need a reference for this anymore.
It's like
but
me
for the
with anime.
whale, he probably used some reference for like the whale, like to know what it looks like. But the thing is, like, you don't need reference from the same angle because he knows form drawing. So he could see a whale from a completely different angle and perspective and draw it because he knows form drawing and design. But like no whale looks like this.
Nope.
Right? Like it looks kind of like this, but he designed it. Like it's his own design. No whale has ever had a building strapped to its back. With the lanterns and stuff. This piece right here, this is actually a piece that he did on a live stream that I interviewed him on a long time ago, and this he just drew from his imagination, this little building down here. Fear is not a good thing as an artist because it holds you back. I've never seen it be a good thing. Maybe in some cases, I've never seen it.
Fear just makes you stiff.
Yeah. Fear causes stiffness, causes hesitation, causes, you know, burning out, causes all kinds of things like
what
fear
ifs, anxieties,
and expectations. Yeah. Like you want to do your best, but if you have like, don't expect anything. It's like, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try my hardest without fear, and I'm not going to expect anything. There's even literally a term that people say. It's like every drawing is a throwaway drawing. And it's like, it's not that you don't care about them, but you kind of don't care about them.
It's not that you don't care about them, but you don't care about them. It's like
a
you
healthy
care and you
place
don't
to be.
care. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, like one of my absolute favorite teachers, Will Weston, he always says this in his classes. He goes, it's not the quality of the drawing, but the quantity of the drawings that are going to make you good. It's quantity.
Mm-hmm.
Like quantity, doing your best on every one, right? Not quantity like I'm just going to rush these at 2 a.m. to get my homework in. Like that doesn't help very much. You'll still get better. But I mean like quantity, like it's a given that you would be, you know, doing your best on them.
What I like to do, this is just off topic, but sometimes I know that when people try to sketch and paint, they're like, how do I start sketching or how do I start painting when I have like all this ready, but like I have my line work? What I do is I will lower my opacity of my sketch and I just merge that with my color layer. Just because it kind of gets me into the mood of painting and I can just like paint over things.
Yeah, it's like a psychological thing.
Yeah, it is like a psychological thing. And like, of course, I would, you know, make sure to save my individual layers in case if I like mess up. But like, when I just go straight into painting, I'm like, oh, okay, just merge. Okay, now I can't really go back anymore.
You two should do a stream collab with Winged Canvas. You know, funny enough, Maru, they DM'd us a long time ago, and I added one of them on Discord. They asked if we wanted to do a collab, but I completely forgot about it after a long time. We were going to do a collab at some point, but we've just been kind of busy with stuff. Maybe next year we could do a collab with them, but we actually have communicated with them about a collab or a stream or something at some point.
And there we go. We can just start adding like shadows and stuff, and we can start thinking about painting like drawing. It's just with larger strokes.
Yeah. It's this, the mindset thing is so important. Learning how to draw is literally, it's like 95% a psychological game. It's all mental, it's all psychological. Battling your own self and doubts. That's never anything that AI could do, you know?
Yeah, not at all.
Like, yeah, like art is a psychological journey that you go through.
I know that people like the close-up shot with the face. I like it too. You know, I'm still not working with any stabilization. It's working great. Super impressed.
We're going to be streaming with Rod Gone probably before the New Year's.
Yeah.
We're probably going to do another stream with Gene in December. He actually did a recent motorcycle drawing on his motorcycle drawing tutorial lesson, whatever, on his YouTube channel. What's up? Hello, welcome. That makes sense. Looking back on my journey, I had 5 years stagnant before I improved rapidly after my life pulled together.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's like, I feel like one of the hardest psychological parts is just being okay with being where you're at. It's like that expectations thing. It's like, if you were going to stay at this level of art for the rest of your life, would you still draw? And like, I would hope that the answer is yes, because like, you know, you want to have fun drawing. Like, definitely improving is one of those things that helps a lot, like, with that. And I think, you know, you're never going to stay at the same place if you practice, but would you be okay staying at the same place? Like, do you have fun enough drawing that if you never improved, you'd still do it?
That's the question.
Like, I think that's a pretty important question. Yes, because it's fun to share my art with friends. Yeah, and then I love it. Like, that's perfect. Rodgon is a great artist. He's my friend. Nice.
Nice.
For me, yes, but I would like to improve more. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you're gonna improve as you practice, right? Like, it's more of like a hypothetical question. Because, like, there's a lot of people who would just be like, oh, if I wasn't gonna improve, no, I'd stop drawing. And, like, they're drawing literally to improve. And I just think that if you use improving as your sole motivation to draw, I just don't think it's very reliable. Because what happens as soon as you find out, like, you don't feel like you're improving, you quit.
Yeah.
Look at this big boy.
Big Applejack?
Bro, look at him. You can't see it, but he's like hanging off of the edge. Bro is hanging off of the edge of the bed. He's like this.
Oh my gosh. You're such a silly.
100%. I love the process of making nothing into something. Yeah, it's cool. That's what kids do, right? Kids like want to get better, but they just like creating. Like, oh my gosh, I want to just create. Big question, do you have any tips for finding joy again so that we can enjoy it? I mean, it's a process, right? Like, just focus on it's like living in the moment thing, right? It's just like focus on trying to enjoy the drawing in the moment without any expectations of how it's going to turn out. Just like enjoy the process of creating. It's almost like, you know, like draw with, you know, maybe draw and don't save the file, and you just draw and have fun, and you just experiment, and then after you're done drawing, just like close the file and don't save it. And it's like, I don't need to care about how this drawing turns out. My sole purpose for this drawing is to just enjoy creating and trying things. Tackle a new subject matter with no expectations. Like, focus on like learning and being like, oh, I didn't know that this thing, like draw flowers or draw like anything you're interested in, trees, branches, and just be like, oh, I didn't know the branches looked like that. I didn't know, like, oh, that's a really interesting plant. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, even if your drawing looks nothing like the plant, it's like, just try stuff. Just be like, oh, it's kind of like a square, or it's like an experimental, interesting process.
And I think it's like also asking yourself, like, what is stealing kind of like that joy, you know? Because sometimes you may not even realize that you're fighting a battle that you're not even knowing you're fighting a battle with. Like, oh, are you fighting a battle with doubt? Are you fighting a battle with like anxiety about like, oh, how would this artwork turn out, you know? And that affects a lot of like the joy.
Kind of like engineering, you problem solve.
Yeah.
Main thing, analyze, try to figure out. Yeah, it's like having fun with it regardless of how it turns out. Like, I think that would be great. I need to do that with making YouTube videos, honestly. Like, having fun with the video, trying to... That's how I feel with streaming. Like, just having fun, living in the moment. You know, not a phone in sight.
Meanwhile, my phone's like right here.
For real, mine's next to me too. Not a kitty in sight. Look at bro sleeping. He's so cute, Applejack. Little silly face. His silly little baby face is so cute.
Show the kitty. Aw.
I don't know if y'all be able to see him. Yeah, he's so cute.
Ooh. It's a funny look. There we go. Its feet. Eek. I love it when cats stretch their toe beans. Hi, Ouchie.
Ouchie! Hello. I loved that fan art. We were looking at that last night. So good. It's so cute. It's so sweet. Bro, get in camera. Y'all rolling around trying to avoid... Oh, there he is.
You know, and another thing about like joy as well is like art, for the most part, is like a creative space. It's not necessarily a space to like suffer, I guess. So like a lot of people do treat it like this kind of comforting thing, like a moment for themselves. You know, that's how a lot of people view art as well. And it's like if you can find a space that like helps with getting yourself out of that like dark reality, like that, I feel like that's what a lot of people use art for.
Yeah.
Totally valid. Like art for me was a lot of my comfort, you know, like I drew for fun a lot of time, but also because like, you know, it was just something that made me happy. You know, there was
Do you guys get cuteness, aggression? Like, do you ever want to bite their faces?
Yes.
When Applejack runs away, his silly fat belly swings in this way that activates like the apex predator in me, and I just have to chase him and just I have to chase him down, flip him over, and just stuff my face in his belly. It's just some primal like instinct inside of me activates when I see that silly little cat like running around
with the belly,
especially when his belly's like wow, 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 wow.
Well, the way he runs too, it's like
it's so funny. Like, he is the prey and I am the predator when that happens. Not that. I don't want that. I want this. He's licking himself. Applejack get his belly floofed? Absolutely.
That's a cuteness aggression.
Cuteness
aggression is like you want to like eat them up, but you know, knowing that they won't get harmed at all. It's like that.
By the way, Secret Santa.
Yeah, Secret Santa.
We got Secret Santa going on. Submissions close end of day Monday. And there is a Secret Santa going on this year, just like last year. People draw characters for each other. Completely free to join, by the way. Anybody can join. It is in our Discord server. If you want to get your OC drawn and draw someone else's OC, and then we all, celebrate and show them together on the 23rd of December, go into the Discord server, our Discord server, which is on the blue card. Join, go to the announcements channel, and there is a sign-up sheet, and it will tell you all the information on that, all right? So if you want to have fun this December with the community, drawing each other's characters and stuff, go sign up for Secret Santa. It's super fun.
Oh yeah, another way to really enjoy art is gifting, using it as a gift. It's like, honestly, nothing feels more satisfying as an artist when you draw something for someone that you know that they'll love, and you tried really hard, and then you give it to them. Like, that's super nice.
Bro, my profile looks so weird.
Your profile?
Yeah.
I think your profile looks great. Well, obviously when you like shove your chin like that.
Secret Santa.
Maybe I should have a command for like color picking. I'll have to play with those later.
Fizzy Izzy. Is that Kuromi?
Kuromi?
I don't have my Kuromi cup today.
I did clean it.
Says, whoa, that is so good.
Oh, thank you.
How was your day today? It was good. Pretty good so far, Just doing the stuff.
Doing the usual.
The usual.
Definitely render a little bit differently on here. Maybe it's because I'm like, it's been a while. I want some gradient.
What are you doing? Giving himself a whole lick bath, bro. Foot.
What app? This is Photoshop. Photoshop on the Huion Kamvas 16.
Faux show.
Okay, I'm gonna stop working on the face for now and move on to other stuff. Okay. What art school did you go to? Colton went to FZD, which was a school in Singapore for design, and he also went to Art Center for a few terms. I went to Art Center for a few terms, and then we switched to just learning online later on.
I dropped out of Art Center so early, I basically didn't even go there.
Yeah, you only stayed for like one term.
I went one term, and then the second term was just a partial term.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I went for about 3 terms, and then I stopped.
Yeah, I studied at FZD, which is like a concept art industrial design school, which was great. It's a year-long program, trade school, very intensive. It's not a school that actually exists anymore. They closed it down. It's a great school though, like for sure. And then Christine and I spent so much time taking classes and things and reading books and lessons online. Like we never stop. Even to this day, we're taking classes. We're almost through this class that we've been going through.
Ooh, wait, that's sick.
Yeah, that's the class we're going through that we've been putting off, bro.
Bro, I need that. What do you think is the best way to break free of art block? Depends on what like is causing your art block. I know that a lot of people, when they have art block, they'll feel demotivated. They'll be like, I just can't draw for some reason.
In Singapore, were you living there? Yup. I lived in Singapore for a year and like 2 months. I lived at Novena.
Novena.
And I took the MRT to Somerset and had monster curry and
sushi
and all kinds of stuff, and walked to school in the humidity. It was on, I don't remember what exact stop the school was at. Do you live there? Sarah, hello.
Hey, Sarah.
How are you doing? Hey, just joining in. Hello.
Awesome. Hey. This is so cute.
Sarah.
Thank you. What app do you use? This is Photoshop. You know, I'm actually quite surprised how whenever we say like, oh, we use Photoshop, there will be people who are like, wow, I never knew that you could use it to draw. I don't know. It's just interesting. Maybe some people are more familiar with using it for graphic design or something.
Oh, nice. Been challenging yourself to draw every day this month.
Nice. That's great.
I went to Singapore. The flight was so long. I hated it so much. It's funny. When I was on the plane flight to Singapore, like water started coming out of the top of the airplane, pouring on some lady like mid-flight.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The condensation?
She had to like spend the rest of the flight like wet.
Oh, no. That sucks.
We went from Seattle and had a layover somewhere in East Asia. We had a layover in Hong Kong. That's fun. Bye-bye. Have a good one, Saf.
Bye.
Oh, you're gonna send your kitty in pets. Nice.
Nice.
Ooh. My mom flew to Singapore by herself because there's a whole story, but basically she flew to Singapore by herself because the machine at the airport messed up and wouldn't check our bags. For like, it just started loading, and then the airport got super busy. So it was the airport's fault, so we had to catch another flight, and she went and flew to Singapore by herself, and she was like,
I couldn't sleep for 2 days.
Yeah.
It was cute.
I'm very glad that yeah, I'm very glad that that's the most traumatic thing that happened to her back then. Taking a flight by yourself to a country that speaks English.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Well, I mean, it's like a kid going to overseas for the first time. I don't know if she's ever been to a trip like that.
Nice. Slept through it. Oh, somewhere Tokyo. That's fun. I want to go to Korea.
Yeah.
David lives in Korea.
Korea.
Low-key need to lock in with coloring. We talked about coloring earlier on stream.
We did.
We talked about choosing fun, good colors. I did a little bit of a demo. Like a little bit of a demo thing here and there. I don't actually like this thing. I'm just going to get rid of it.
Oh, okay.
But little demo on choosing colors and stuff like that. And then we have a recent stream from not too long ago. I did this demo on live stream. All of our streams are on YouTube. Where the heck? Oh yeah, I did this demo earlier. Oh, this is the page. I was like, where's the page? Here it is. Talked about this. This is from a recent live stream. Oh crap. Here it is. Yeah, I never switched the camera. My bad, chat. Broke this down on stream not too long ago for color. This is the thing that I said I did for a demo the other week on stream. This was also demos the other week on stream. And then this was from today. Colors and stuff. So this one's pretty. I like that one.
I like that one a lot too.
And I like that one. I like all these. They're actually kind of fun. Low key, mid key, and high key, while keeping saturated colors. The YouTube is Draw Anime Academy. And I also teach a painting class in our anime art school. And I cover all this kind of stuff. This is actually a demo, a still life from my painting class in anime art school.
Which is also 25% off right now.
It is 25% off indeed. So yeah, if you want to learn the fundamentals of art, you can go check out our school. Yes, our YouTube is Draw Anime Academy. We live stream all the time and have a lot of fun.
Yeah. Started looking at shadows and lights in real life, and it was like unlocking my third eye. You'd be surprised at how much like actual like still lifes are so helpful.
Yeah, do still lifes from direct observation in real life. It will help so much, but I do recommend like learning a process. What on earth?
I don't know. Sometimes it just happens that way. I'm not sure.
Weaken.
It's kind of tweaking.
Yeah, and thank you, Dahlia. Yeah, Dahlia's a student in our anime art school. I think there's probably a bunch of students in here.
Yeah.
On YouTube as well. Ships. Classes. Yeah, just learning things on your own and trying stuff is like goated. Like you'd be astounded at how much you're like able to just learn on your own, like just by trying and experimenting like freely. It's insane. All good. What do we eat tonight, bro? What?
I don't know. We have pizza. Let me think. What is there?
Yeah, we do teach a lot on our channel for free. We have it all on our YouTube channel. Bunch of fun stuff. Hello, hi, I'm back. Hello, welcome back.
Welcome back.
You know, the 10,000 hours to mastery thing, the Malcolm Gladwell thing. I feel like I'm probably actually 1 or 2K in. I would just ignore it. I would literally just ignore that entirely and just draw like for fun and try stuff and experiment. Most people don't even think about it.
Yeah, I think it takes more than 1,000 hours to get.
But it's like not every hour is equal as well. Like there could be a good hour, there could be a bad hour, there could be 500 bad hours and then one good one. There could be 500 good ones and then one bad one. Like it's just, I don't know. I would just like experiment and draw and try stuff. Is it the same handle for YouTube? Hey Sarah, what are you up to these days? What are you up to tonight? Do you think that a graphic tablet is superior to an iPad? Not a lot of difference.
Nah.
I don't really enjoy the iPad that much, but it's just because I don't have a lot of time spent on it. Forced to draw with nostril or mouth? Definitely mouth.
Because I know it can be done.
I mean, I don't have a tongue inside my nostril that can help me, you know, get brush strokes.
We can't even grip a thing with our nostril anyways.
You're drawing your friend's OC tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is their OC named Miki? Their OC? Am I the friend?
Calling her out. Putting her on the spot. Sarah, I would love to see Rain your style at some point. That'd be sick. I have seen Miki in Sarah's style. It's very cute. Yeah, I definitely would like a command or button that color picks. It'd be great.
Bro, we were watching this video not too long ago that was talking about like nihilism.
Ooh.
And it was really interesting because like people who are like nihilistic, it's funny because it's like the problem isn't that they're wrong, the problem is that they're right. And you actually need like a healthy amount of delusion. You actually need to be a little bit delulu in your life in order to like accept the world. And I so think that is true for art. Like if I knew how much effort it was going to be when I like started, I don't know if I would have done it. There was this very specific time, I told Christine about it earlier, that I was in high school and I found this book at Barnes & Noble on digital art, and I saw that someone was like, oh yeah, like you can use SketchUp to make a 3D block out for your drawing. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this solves everything. It is solved. I'm going to be able to do it now. This makes everything so doable. You know, I was like 18, 17 or something. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Like I need a computer and a tablet, and I need to get SketchUp because this is going to solve all my problems. It didn't, but I believed it would, and so it helped me to keep going forward. And if I didn't keep going forward, I never would have made it. So it's like you actually need a healthy amount of delusion in order to proceed.
That's so interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really, really interesting.
Well, like, I also think the world is so crazy too.
And you'll have like people who are just like super excited about becoming a pro, and then you'll have these other people and they're like, bro, that person has no idea what they're getting into. It's super hard. And then the person who's excited about it, they just go, right? It's like there's the person who can see the whole mountain, and then there's the person who can only see a little bit of it and the cloud covers the rest. And the person who can only see a little bit of it just goes up the mountain, and then they're just like, yeah, this will be a piece of cake, and they keep going, and they're like, wow, this is harder than I thought it would be, but they keep going. The person who can see the whole mountain, they don't even start. They're just like, meh, too much work. And so it's like you actually need that delusion of like, this isn't going to be that hard.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? I think it's really interesting. And so like you have to like suspend, like you just, it's almost like this stop thinking kind of thing. Like stop overthinking it and just like have fun and just go.
I need to do that with YouTube.
Yeah.
Stop overthinking.
Man, when we were starting social media, we were delulu. You know what I mean? Like Austin was like,
really
bro, I got so many followers on TikTok in such a short amount of time. And we were just like, we can do that too. We were deluded as heck, dude.
Mm-hmm. We sure
and
were.
we never even would have started if we weren't deluded. So is it better that we were deluded, or is it bad that we were deluded? Like it was good. Like it's really good because I never would have started. And now here we are a number of years later. And like we absolutely never would have been here if we hadn't been like kind of deluded in a way, you know?
Mm-hmm. I think when the reality started kicking in, that's when we started doing pretty good on TikTok, and our videos were doing good.
And it's like people are more, a lot of the time, more concerned about whether they're right than whether they like actually get results. Especially in terms of like art, right? It's like, well, it's gonna take this amount of time. That's
okay.
Like, however long it takes, like, you know, someone's out there drawing. Well, they don't know how long it's gonna take. They're gonna make it. Like, you don't actually have to know the whole journey. What?
Yeah, you don't. I think when people get discouraged is when they're like, I have so much more to go through.
That's where you don't want to be. Oh, I have so much. Oh, it's gonna be so long until I get there. You don't want to get stuck in that mindset.
And art school gets me delulu. Oh man, I'm gonna get so good. Yeah, you are. Chibis are very good. I would like cute stuff too. Nice. Funny thing is, a big part of dragging me out of stagnation is me accepting I really like muscled men and women. That it genuinely helps me improve, but it makes some women handsome. That's funny.
It's funny. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong
Handsome
with that.
women are great.
Arf. Awooga.
That's where I'm at. It's like, a lot of the time you just have to like ignore the logical part of your brain and go forward. It's like, I just gotta go.
Have faith.
Proceed at a high velocity and have fun. Be deluded. Okay. It's like someone tells you like, you know how hard it's gonna be to do that? Nope.
Okay.
And I don't really care. Like, I'm just gonna do stuff. You got like this group of people who are like very like scrutinizing and analytical. Like they're like the realists, right? They're like the people who consider themselves like, I'm a realist. And then there's the people who are out there actually living life, having fun, and they can be super deluded and everything. It's like, who do you think has lived the more fulfilled life at the end of the day? I would, like, obviously you want to be like realistic about certain things. not, it's not in like every single case, but like who are like the happiest people out there? They're like, you know, people with a healthy amount of delusion.
Yep.
Redditors hate this one simple trick.
To be happy.
Twitter users hate this one simple trick to be happy. But it really is like that. It's so interesting. Man, I thought it was going to be so easy. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
But I'm glad I thought it was going to be. Hey, Gizmo.
Hey, Gizmo.
Some chibis have abs. Yeah, Krillin.
Krillin.
Applejack?
Do you have abs?
He's got flabs.
Yes, he does. Flabs and abs.
I think one of the best places you could be in is have like a lot of energy, no fear, and be a little bit diluted.
Perfect combination of being happy.
There's no sweeter combination. That's like... Nah, I don't want to say it.
Why?
I was just gonna say it's like a certain person, but it could come off as maybe like a little bit mean. But like honestly, I would love to be
like that.
Like a lot of energy.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
A bit diluted, and have absolutely no fear in proceeding forward. Like it's so good. Like I would trade like my mindset for that mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go now. All right, Dahlia, have a good one.
Bye.
Joy and whimsy.
Thank you, B. 6-pack of wet food.
Yeah, for sure. 6-pack of kibble.
The funny thing is, they don't even eat wet food.
No, but they eat the really yummy
dry food.
Mm-hmm.
They drink enough water, anyways.
Bro, they love that stuff so much. Maybe that's why Miki's so cool. She's got a lot of energy. She's fearless. And she's completely delulu.
Yep. We need to be more like Miki.
Maybe Miki was the delulu that we made along the way.
Miki was a delulu. Yeah, I absolutely think that the reason why she's very attractive as a character is because she's a bit delulu and like she's just living her life, you know?
Colton, how do you know the food they eat is yummy? Gizmo, I have witnessed. Direct observation through visual evidence.
They will
based on their reactions. You cannot accuse me of having tried the cat food, because if I did try the cat food, I would say it proudly. I would say it very proudly. I haven't tried this cat food. I've tried other cat food in the past. This cat food is probably healthier than the stuff we eat on a daily basis. I would be more than happy to say if I tried their cat food.
This painting's so messy. Just need to get rid of all this stuff. Bro, expect your paintings to look like bad in the beginning, like unfinished messes.
You should see our oil painting teacher's paintings in the very beginning, dude.
Bro.
They're literally just giant blobs. Like, he's like, yeah, like a big giant blob, and he's like, really good.
Really good.
Or like, oh yeah, that feels right. You literally just see like blobs there.
Yeah. Well, that's why he can see the potential in your paintings.
And like you look at the, but that doesn't give me much confidence, because it's like he could turn it into something good.
Well, but he knows you have the skill to turn it into something good. I had such a hard time learning that drawing will always look bad in the beginning. I used to give up all the time.
I wouldn't say they always look bad. They most of the time will look bad, but Yeah, like a lot of processes, it will definitely go through a phase of misery. But yeah, I mean, if you look at someone like Kim Jong-il, it looks good the whole time.
That's true.
No
What the
wasted
heck?
lines, no wasted movements. What are you
There we
doing?
go. I don't know what I'm doing.
But yeah, I mean, so much stuff is gonna look. It's gonna look bad.
What do you want for dinner tonight?
Oh, kitten soup.
Kitten soup.
Applejack roast.
Roast Applejack.
Roast Applejack. I was supposed to do like a little clothing study earlier.
Oh, you were?
I didn't even know we were going to stream about today.
Yeah. Your brush is so nice. Thank you. Well, we got it for free on a brush pack. And so if you want this brush, you can find it here.
I'm always on the wrong selection tool. It's always either the circle tool or the box, like the marquee or whatever tool. I have to press Shift M.
Do you do tutorials on here? If so, can you do a tutorial on how to draw furries? We do tutorials on here, but I don't know how to draw furries very well. I would say your best bet is understanding the form of the head of a furry, understanding the forms of the body. Like, I don't exactly... I mean, the forms of a furry body is very different depending on the design. Like, you know, you would also have to understand some human anatomy and animal anatomy, mix them together. Like, if I were to draw a furry head, for example, I'd like think of it in basic forms, like sphere with a cone, or with a cone chopped off for a muzzle. You know, like, it can't really get any simpler than that. And you can determine like how angled or you know, like sunken in this muzzle is gonna be, or how short or how long it is. As long as you get the forms correct, then, and the shapes correct, then that's really all that's needed, right? Like, these are kind of like these little bullet shapes, bullet forms. And then sometimes they'll even have like extra tufted cheek thingies on the side. No, I think that this is a bit too long. So I want to go in and say, hey, maybe we'll taper this a little bit more. And then, you know, then you can think, okay, here's where the eyes could be. Here's where the nose could be, and the mouth. Now, this isn't like top tier furry, but you know, it gets you somewhere. And then your neck. And at this point, you know, from the waist down, from like the torso is pretty much human-like. So like, you can use a simple human torso for this. Your arms are gonna be like cylinders, but like as it gets towards the bottom, you know, it can probably get wider and turn into like more animal paws. Totally valid. And then whatever you do for the bottom part of the legs, that is the part where I don't really know as much. Like, yes, maybe you can have thighs, like for a human, but then maybe the bottom is like more like a dog or a cat. You know, that's generally how like a lot of furries are designed. Miki and the gang as FNAF characters. I don't play FNAF, so I have no idea what the lore is like.
Yeah, I don't honestly know anything about FNAF, unfortunately, or
Yeah.
maybe fortunately, I don't know.
Fortunately.
Oh yeah, I just don't know.
Boop, boop, boop. But like, I would start this way for even just a human body, just like this. I kind of started this way as well. This actually doesn't look too bad. There we go. I'll just delete that. So like, if I want to draw bodies, you can think of it in simple little blocks. Your torso and your head to your neck is about the same height. So like head and neck is 1 unit. Your torso is another unit, so just make sure that they're the same height. And then from here to your pelvis is about the same height. So it's like you can divide the upper body into thirds. Super simple for bodies. You know, we teach this very often in our other streams as well. And we also have a video on it on our YouTube channel for how to draw bodies for both men and women. And then if you just take this length, move it down 1. So like this whole thing, move it down. That's approximately the length of your legs. I made it a little bit too low, so it should be here. And if you know the proportions, then you can draw any kind of body type, and it's a great base to start with. You guys didn't play FNAF for Halloween? No, we didn't. We played other games. We played
I didn't play now that.
Nah.
Too much.
What else
Lore.
Yeah. I feel like I would just get sucked in a really big rabbit hole. And then once you know the proportions and kind of like this generic body type, then you can go in and say, okay, I'll draw, maybe we'll move this to the side here. This now kind of looks like our old streams. Then I can say, okay, let's do a plus size body. Here's a small head, here's a head. I know that for a plus size body, the body's gonna be wider, but the proportions are gonna still be the same, so I'm gonna make sure I measure. 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units. If this is a girl, the hips will be very wide. This is not the size of the rib cage, by the way, because your bones don't grow any bigger until a certain point. So like your rib cage will actually be much smaller. It'll probably be like here. But this is just accounting for like, stuff like body fat, you know, the breasts, for example, or like extra rolls. You know, thicker thighs, you know, and once again, if this is the same proportion, then just make sure that your torso and your legs are about the same, legs to the foot is about the same size. And you do this over and over and over and over again until you memorize it. You know, there's always going to be some errors, but like if you get the general ballpark, then it's not bad. Wide arms. And I generally like to just keep it simple by turning these into kind of like blobs or noodles, I guess. Like tapered noodles, I guess. Would be a good way to describe it, because they are kind of cylindrical. And they're kind of like S-shaped. A lot of arms and legs are S-shaped, so you see a lot of this curvature. And that's what I think about. Ooh, that's a nice study, Colton. Very nice. Now I will move this back. This is the part where I have to look up some blazers. It's pretty good. Hello? I noticed that there's a lot of gradients with blazers, and they're very soft and they're subtle. Kind of neat. I also noticed that okay, I'm going back to commands again. I should use the tablet more. I think as I continue painting, I realize how important holding lines are. So like if you're struggling with things like, oh, like I want to do like lineless art, which I think is a funny way to describe painting, with no line work, you can use holding lines, which is basically just like the kind of the act of drawing. So like let's say you want a sphere, but like you want this to be a little bit more like structured, you can just add say line or an edge on the side. And now that's a holding line that keeps things in place. That's what I'm doing a lot in this drawing. And you can also change the shape of these lines too to make it more designed and interesting.
I think it's kind of funny. I think you talked about a turning edge on a YouTube video one time, and there was like I don't know if they deleted it or what, but there was a comment and it said something like they were kind of arguing against like turning edges. They were just like kind of like technical, right? Like, well, I know how to render a sphere and I know how to render a cylinder, and a turning edge isn't proper. And I feel like a lot of the time people, I think it's like a really good opportunity to, you know, kind of say like a turning edge. I should probably explain what a turning edge is, right? A turning edge is basically, if you have a form, let's say a cylinder, and you render it, you can have like core, shadowed side, turning edge, right? Like that. And then say on this cylinder, you've got this, drop shadow. So this is like one way that you can render a cylinder. Like it's like a really, really simple way. And of course, everybody likes it when you
do that
blend, even though it doesn't really matter that much. So turning edge is basically just an edge that helps a form wrap around. And it's sort of a shorthand that a lot of people use. You'll see turning edges all over the place. In fact, you see this right here.
Ooh.
This seam line right here, that could be considered a turning edge on the cylinder of the arm. So a turning edge is basically just a principle. It really just gives you, cylinders don't have sides, right? Like boxes do. Like if you have a box, you have these very defined sides of a box, right? And a turning edge sort of pretends to be an edge that helps a cylinder feel more solid. But it's not like a proper rendering technique. You won't learn about this in a rendering proper class. This is more of like a practical, actual thing that artists use in like day-to-day life drawing. And so people will go, well, since it's not technically how you properly render a cylinder, you therefore shouldn't use it. But you look at any like really high level pro artist, you'll see they use turning edges all the time. They disguise them all over their work. All over their work, in cylinders, in spheres. Like if you do like a sphere, you know, they'll have like maybe like a line like that. It just kind of helps to wrap over that form. And they'll disguise it. They'll disguise it in shadows. They'll disguise it in seam lines. They'll disguise it because it helps your drawing feel more 3D.
Oh, that's nice.
And so, yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting because like people will get so wrapped up on whether something isn't technically accurate or not, they'll lose the point that drawing is just visually communicating things. So if you want if you want a tool to help you communicate better, you can use a turning edge.
Mm-hmm.
And Will Weston teaches turning edges a lot. He's taught workshops for like Disney and Blizzard, and he taught at Art Center for years. He learned from some of the best. But anyways, I'll send this back to Christina.
No, I like it. I like you sharing your screen too.
She's got a cute little
I do.
anime girl.
Yeah, I do.
Turning edges are literally one of those tricks that just helps so much. Go, I've never heard of one of those, and I know how to render. So
is that really what they said?
They said something like that. Like
I wonder, it's probably on the hair
rendering. I've never heard of that kind of thing. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what they said, but it just came across as like, that's not quite accurate, or that's interesting. okay.
Okay, never heard of that before. Oh, it's like kind of passive aggressive.
Yeah, like that sort of
Yeah.
thing. And you just know that it was someone who like literally never draws.
Oh yeah, because like literally
They
every
spend all their time
professional-
on YouTube watching videos.
Well, I mean, that's the kind of people that you need to be careful of, especially like if someone's trying to critique your work.
Yes. Oh my
Bro, there's so many people who like try to critique work, but they're so not qualified.
Oh my gosh. Yes. I would. If I was a beginner, I would not touch critique channels in any Discord server with a 10-foot pole, except the Design Discord server. They only allow like qualified people to critique in the critique channels. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I ain't doing all that though.
It's just too much work. You know, but I mean, it is kind of interesting to have like a team of people who are qualified to critique.
Yeah.
What about the DAA emblem? Oh, on here? I didn't even think about it. You are correct though, Pompoof.
Christina breaking her own rules.
I am breaking my own rules.
She just hasn't gotten dressed that far yet.
Yeah.
People vastly overvalue like how much they think their knowledge is going to help someone else. Like, and don't mean that in a mean way at all. I mean, like, just it seems like it's kind of just this human thing to like assume that what you know is the missing piece of information that someone else needs. Like, most people figure it out eventually without you. Like, how does the world, how do all 9 billion people manage without your advice? Not everybody, right? But like, I'm talking like, y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Like the people who are just like, the world needs my knowledge. It's so important.
Be careful of those kind of people.
Yeah. And they can kind of like come across as like they just like want to help, but in reality they just kind of like a lot of the time want to show that they know something
Or they're better in some way.
Yeah. Not everybody. Like there are a lot of people who want to help. Obviously this is not like a black and white thing.
Yeah. It's not like everyone who critiques has that personality.
Yeah.
It's like certain types of people, and I feel like people who are chronic critiquers generally have that streak. Like they'll just beeline it for the critique section to critique other people's work.
It's
like,
funny.
You'll see signs
Every once in a while.
Signs.
There were signs.
Somehow AI really demotivated me to draw because people would think it's generated.
Don't show your art to anyone if you don't want. I mean, not that that's like a great solution, but I would still draw even if I didn't show art to anyone. I don't even post the art that I draw, really. Like, I would say, like, why do you draw? Maybe, like, dig down to, like, the core of why you draw. Is it for other people? Do you draw, like, for other people mostly? Do you draw, like, for yourself mostly? Do you draw for fun, like, to express yourself? Or do you draw to get compliments?
I also think that if people are like, I mean, we've definitely had comments where like, oh, this is AI or something.
Most people who say that are rage baiters,
Exactly. They don't necessarily, I wouldn't even consider those comments as like something that I should even care about. It's easier said than done. But I think it's like, if you know that you didn't generate it, then like, okay, so.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like a big boogeyman right now. Like a bunch of people hear these horror stories of, oh, they thought this person's art was AI. And then Sam Does Art makes a video on it. And it's like, oh, this person got chased off the internet because people thought it was AI. It's like, yeah, but like literally millions and millions and millions and millions of people draw a day. And there's like one story. It's like, I don't want to go on a plane because it might crash.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that a lot of the time. Like the odds of that actually happening are not all that high. I just think, like, the world needs your art.
Yep.
I think that the world needs art now more than ever with how much fake stuff is out there. Every artist that gets lost, that loses motivation and quits because of AI, like whether it's just demotivation, is like, it's a big deal. Because like the world is like so dull.
Mm-hmm.
It's becoming so dull that like we need people who are creative. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Have you seen that artist who drew with a shrimp PNG?
Mm-mm.
You
We
mean
used
like-
to draw with Shia LaBeouf's head.
You mean like a shrimp brush? I'm guessing the shrimp aesthetic is a trendy thing now.
I don't know. Yeah, when I was back in school, we all had the Shia LaBeouf brush pack. Remember when he made that like, do it?
Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah, I remember that.
They made a whole brush pack, soft brushes, hard brushes, textured brushes out of his head, and we would all use it in school, and it was
So
like
funny.
making its rounds. I was thinking about making like a Mickey brush pack or something, or
That'd be cute.
like a Draw Anime Academy brush pack that just has like then we use a brush on stream that everybody always asks for, and they're like, "What brush is that?" And we're like, "Oh, you can
Really?
have it." It's just like an ad.
This is an ad. It's the Miki brush. It's the Abby
Oh,
brush.
this is the
This is the Miko brush that we're using currently.
I haven't, but it would be pretty funny.
That would be really funny.
Do you guys have a favorite meme at the moment? I really like that baby. That's like,
yeah, the baby. Yeah, like that.
I think it's so funny. It's so funny. I'm gonna go post it in general chat again, just because, you know.
Mogger baby, is that what it's
Yeah, I
called?
think it's the Mogger baby.
It's so good because it's like people are always like talking about like the Giga Chad, kind of like the Riz kind of. Is this real though? That's so crazy.
I think it's my favorite meme right now. Every time I see it, I just crack up. Mogger baby. What is the heck is mogging anyways?
I think that just means like you have a really good face.
So funny, bro. TikTok is like the best and worst invention ever made. It's like atomic energy. It's ultimate form of brain rot, but we've had literally some of the most amazing casual content, like the most casual fun content that's ever been created. Super real, genuine people talking about like important things, getting heard. But then also it's just like the ultimate brain rot platform that's just literally nuking all of our brain cells, like a brain cell genocide, you know?
That's a interesting kind of genocide.
Going on in my head every day as I sit on the couch addicted to TikTok, you know?
Yep.
I'm so glad I started drawing, like sketching here, because I would have just been sitting here like brain dead the whole
Brain
time.
dead. Yeah. I'm glad that we switched to that.
I love since TikTok allowed post pictures as a comment. Yeah, you should see the hyperpigmentation pictures on our side profile video.
Yeah.
We have videos that have comments with more likes than I've ever gotten as a comment. We have videos that have like millions of views, and then some of those videos that we have comments that have like thousands and thousands and thousands of likes. I've never even got close to that many likes on a comment. I love how it just becomes like a competition to get like the funniest comment that everybody likes, and then your notifications are just like busy for weeks. It's almost like there's multiple ways to go viral on TikTok. You could go viral like from a video, but you could also make a comment on a video that does really well. I made a comment that had 16.5 thousand likes. I had to mute my notifications.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You wanna, like, bro, we have our notifications, bro. Our
I'm now
notifications.
curious what the comment was.
I know what you mean. Our profile has 3 million likes on TikTok. We've had 3 million like notifications come up.
Sometimes the comments make me laugh way more than the video does. Real.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the comment is like the seasoning.
Mm-hmm.
100%. Comments make it so much better, bro.
So I'm always upset when they disable comments in some videos.
Yeah, like when you got a video going viral, it's just like there's 500 notifications every minute. Like it is absolute wildness. I haven't had push notifications on for TikTok in many years. Sorry, everybody that sends us DMs, but
That's why you go on a streak schedule.
crap. Speaking of streaks, I should. I don't know if I've actually responded to streaks today. Let's see. Today at 1:41 a.m. Oh yeah, I did it early today. Streak, yeah. 2:43. Dang, we were up late last night. Shadow Wolf Pup sent a heart sticker. Sometimes we'll get messages and someone will send something like a heart and then they'll delete it.
And
like, other people will send a heart and then they won't delete it. And then other times people will send a heart and then they'll say, oops, I didn't mean to do that. If you've ever sent a message to someone on accident, go ahead and hit that follow button. Can't send you the image on TikTok.
Thanks to y'all, I wake up drawing, go to work, and go to sleep drawing. No more TikTok brain rot.
Let's go.
It's like drawing can be like another way to touch grass in a way.
Touch paper.
Touch paper. Yep.
Touch charcoal. I don't know. I'm just working on some study thing here.
Yeah. I'm just kind of chilling and painting this thing. It's coming along. Feels more solid. Do you guys have a specific hour to start streaming?
Usually between 5 and 6 p.m. No, 4 and 5 p.m. now. Daylight savings. Forgot about that.
Yeah. We don't have daylight savings here in Arizona.
Between 4 and 5 p.m. California time, Pacific time. Usually. Sometimes we'll be a little late. Sometimes we'll be a little bit early, maybe like a half an hour early yesterday. And then sometimes we'll be like an hour. We'll start at like 5 or we'll start like 6. But that's generally... Where the heck did that mogging baby meme come from anyways? I don't know anything about it.
What was the origin, chat?
Baby origin story, bro. Imagine growing up and finding out that you were literally such a famous online meme. Like, at that point, like, it's just 100% RNG.
Random AI blue video?
100% RNG. The AI blue baby? The mogging baby?
So you're saying that that mogging baby isn't actually real, it's AI?
Is it? Or is it a real baby that's been transformed by AI? I just saw, like, a whole bunch of videos from it. Bro, that baby.
The AI blue baby? I think it's fully AI. Man, that kind of sucks.
Interesting.
Oh, it's still funny. I wonder who made it. Or who generated it.
So all of this in here, we're gonna like group it. Okay.
I was thinking, what if we went to BJ sometime?
Could be fun.
Yeah. Would you ever consider starting a webtoon?
Yeah, for sure. Someday. We're really just busy right now.
Yeah.
Like, we are 100% dedicated to like Anime Academy brand right now. I'm definitely up to starting that on the side at some point.
Yeah.
For sure, it'd be fun.
So cool.
It'd be fun. But right now, probably not, just because I honestly, a lot of our time is filled with Anime Academy and practicing art and taking classes and stuff. Next year, we're really planning on expanding the YouTube channel. We say that every single year, but like for real, chat, this time's the one. And we got artists already lined up to come on for interviews on the YouTube channel and stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Rod gone. We got Gene coming back on. I have a whole list of people to bring on. I used to run a YouTube channel where I did interviews with artists with a friend of mine.
I feel like we would also make just like a Draw Anime Academy manga, you know?
Yeah, that'd
like,
be great.
That'd be so cool. Like, I would love to see like a drawing, like a manga about, you know, drawing and stuff and just cute stuff that happens with the girl group and Jake. I would love to see them in a comic.
Okay. Plenty of time. Plenty of time to do all that stuff. We're very young. Everybody's young.
Yeah. Would you also like to do an anime at some point?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Well, we gotta be a bit delulu, you know? Like,
oh, yeah. Well, the people who believe they can are the ones who are going to try.
Yep.
So, like, you're not. It's not even worth trying if you don't believe you can do it. And then for those who believe they can do it, some of them will. Like, actually. And, like, that's another thing. It's like a whole bunch of people are like, oh, man, I'd love to become a professional artist, but, like, realistically, it's like, well, if you don't believe in yourself, like, how could you actually get there ever? Like, you gotta believe in yourself. Like, you can understand that it's going to be a lot of work, and it's not bad to have, like, a plan B and stuff, but there's a big difference between having a plan B and simply not even believing you can do something.
Yeah.
You gotta have that Delulu. A little bit of Delulu in there goes a long way.
A little bit of Delulu goes a long way. We should have that as a t-shirt for Miki.
It's not even like Delulu. It's just you actually can.
Like the hair, thank you.
Oh. Artemis Clay.
Ooh.
Hi from Mexico City. Hello.
Hi.
Well, this was amazing. Just discovered your works. Will subscribe to follow the journey. Wish there was something like this when I was growing up. Awesome.
Aw, thank you.
We started it because there was sort of something like this when I was growing up, or at least when I was in like high school.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Level Up.
Level Up.
I wish I watched it growing up.
Bro, I loved those guys. They're so good. Their content was so good.
Did they do mostly live streams or was it mostly their videos?
It was all live streams. They
really?
only did live streaming.
Huh.
They didn't make a living from it. It was just something they did on the side for fun to help people. There. I'm just working on this clothing study here.
Nice.
Just going in and, you know, refining.
That's very nice looking.
The stuff here and there.
Simple.
Trying to make it pretty simple, you know. When you don't know what to do, when you want to draw but you don't know what to draw, it's good to have like a little list of things that you can draw and work on, or that you can practice, that you can just kind of like do. You're like, I can't tell you the number of times I hear people are like, I want to draw but I don't know what to draw, or I want to draw but I just can't make myself. It's like, just have like a list of like low-hanging fruit, like a clothing study, and you can even make like pre-make like a folder and just like go on drawing number 1 and be like, okay, I'm gonna do that one.
Yep.
Or go on image number 1. You know, have a folder on your phone, have a folder of figures that you want to do studies of, or like clothing or anime artworks that you want to do studies of. And then when the time comes, like, we have a random stream like this where I couldn't really figure out what to do. I'm just like, oh, I'll just pull up a piece and do a study. Easy peasy. I won't even save it. Well, I'll probably save it for you guys so y'all can see, but like, I wouldn't save this under normal circumstances. I would just draw it and delete it.
I'm back. I indeed had a dream about this stream again.
Really?
Really? Believe it. Yeah. Tell us the dream if you want to, because I'm so curious. I love hearing about like dreams of, I don't know, that involve us or whatever. It's kind of cute. Anytime Colton says he has a dream about me, I'm like, do tell.
Yeah.
And it'll be a very crazy dream.
I do have pretty crazy dreams, dude. It's crazy. Like, oh my gosh, some of the things that happened, what the heck? I had like another multi-dimensional dream last night too.
Whoa,
I don't
really?
remember it very well, but I remember I had one, and I woke up and I was just like, the heck is with all these like crazy dreams that like span between like dimensions and wildness lately? Like, what have you been feeding me, Christina?
I don't know, but I just had crazy deja vu just now.
Very big value difference between the front and the back here.
What? They said it was a drawing competition, and of course I lost, and you and chat threw tomatoes at me.
That's wild.
Like digital tomatoes? We would never do that, would we?
That could be fun.
Boo! Your art sucks. No, we would never. That's funny though.
I always think it would be cool to have a competition where like there's winners and there's losers, but like you would want to win and you would want to lose because it'd be fun either way.
Oh, that's an interesting way to think about that. It's kind of cool.
I don't know, just something fun, you know?
Yeah. I really don't like how this hand does.
List does help a lot. Happy birthday, Colton. Sarah is trying to mask her birthday by saying it's my birthday. Don't fall for it. It is Sarah's birthday. Don't fall for it, chat. It's a lie.
It's a lie.
It's a lie started by big Marvel rivals in order to distract you guys from the fact that Sarah should be practicing right now to go pro. By a big video game.
Big video game? That's funny.
Colton is turning 20 years old. Yeah, I wish. That would be sick, bro. Oh my gosh, I'd have like 10 extra years. Or I could turn 20 and then get hit by a bus tomorrow. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. First man to go bald at 20 years old.
Well, it's not like you went bald. You just shaved.
Baby.
Apple.
Hi, baby. Cool, you didn't tell us you were turning 53.
Hi, Toby.
You guys should try drawing the same character in your guys' art style. Funny enough, we were going to do that as a YouTube video idea. We have actually a couple really funny video ideas that I think would be awesome that we could do like live on stream. Poor YouTube, they fell for it. Did someone post on...
When's your birthday?
I don't think they fell for it. I think they're all conspiring together. September is... My birthday's in September. My dream is to work and animate in Disney, but it's kind of unrealistic. I don't think that's unrealistic.
That's not unrealistic.
I had a friend who was an animator at Disney. It's not unrealistic at all. Like, you could probably reach that level. Like, I don't know. Like, you could try.
I think aim for it if that's what you really want to do. Like, find the tools that you need, find the skills that you need to become an animator.
Yeah. I'm not really the type of person that says anybody can do anything. Like, I understand there's limitations and stuff, but, like, I think people could do a heck of a lot more than they think they can most of the time with, you know, by putting in a solid amount of work over a period of, you know, 20, 30 years. Yeah, he was an animator for Disney. He worked in Maya, and he worked on Bolt and some other movies. I didn't really ask him about it too much. Then he quit working at Disney and decided, hey, I'm gonna become a concept artist, and he did. And then he ended up working at Blizzard as a concept artist on Overwatch. After practicing, working his little booty off for years, he had never really drawn before. I had a couple friends whose goal was to become a riot like artist, and Nicholas was his name. He made it. He works at Riot. I don't think having a dream makes you get there, though. Like, dreams take a lot of work to work towards. How did your friend got to Disney? I don't know. I didn't ask him about it, but he's a super good animator. Like, he's one of my hardest working friends. Like, everything that he works towards, he just puts 100% into it. And he doesn't stop. I'm talking like 5 years of work, 6 years of work, 7 years of work, like relentlessly. Like, he has this insane ability to just work towards things over a long period of time without stopping. Like, that's the main thing that holds people back from like achieving what they want, is they stop or they quit. You know, like work for something for a year, or they like go to college for something and they don't find a job and they like quit and they do something else. It's like, what if it takes twice as long as college? Like, what if you go to college for 4 years and you still need 4 more years of practice? It's like you get a job and you practice on the side. It's like, that's when it's really hard. It's like when like the whole world doesn't align to help you get somewhere and you still work towards it. Like, those are the people who make it usually. Like, all of the stars align for you to study something in college, but then you go to college and you graduate and you don't end up getting hired. Do you quit or do you still work towards it? The people who still work towards it are usually the people who, like, you know, get there. And of course, everybody's situation is like different, specific and contextual, right? So like, you can't have like a blanket like, oh, it's because of this. So of course I have to speak somewhat like general.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who quit who absolutely could make it.
You are still very young, Crystal.
I'm studying art since 5th grade. I'm in 10th now and still trash. What is 10th grade?
10th grade is like
sophomore?
Like sophomore year.
You should see my sophomore art. Oh my gosh. I didn't start doing art more seriously until I was 18.
If I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I hated my 2020 art more than I hated my high school art in a way.
Yeah. Bro, like I was a freshman in high school and like a sophomore, and could not figure out why like all of my classmates. I changed schools. I went to like a really small school going up, and so I went to a different school. Still a pretty small school, and like other people in school were like way better at drawing that than me, and I like couldn't figure it out. I was like, why are these people my age and they're so much better? Like what do they have that I don't? And like, because I came from a school where like I was the only person who drew ever, so I was always just like the drawing kid. But I went to a different school and other people actually drew, and I was like bottom, absolute bottom.
Oh.
And I was like, what the heck is this? Like, and I was like really trying to figure out like, why are they so good? Like, what do they do? And I couldn't figure it out, and I couldn't figure it out for so long, because like you don't know anything when you're a kid. Like nobody you know really does art, and so everything you just have to kind of figure out and try things on your own. And I only really started getting better when I started doing like copy drawings of like things. Like I noticed that I had actual progress. Like I started to learn what things actually looked like. Like, oh my gosh, this is what a head looks like. I drew heads, but I never really thought about what does a head actually look like. Or like I would draw and I would be like, I would try to draw like anime, and I would be like, what does, like it never even crossed my mind, like what does anime actually look like to draw it? Like when I was a kid, like I would, or even in high school, you know, I would draw like this, literally. I would draw like this, and I would do like this, and I would do like that, and I would be like, oh, well, maybe I'll put like a highlight there. And then I'll be like, you know, I have like this, and I'm like, yeah, like that looks pretty cool. And then I'll do like, fill this in, and I'll fill that in, and then I'll do like this mouth. And like I never even considered like I could look at anime pictures and be like, well, how do they do it? It's like I saw anime stuff, deleted what I saw from my mind, and went, I want to do anime stuff. And it was worse than this. Like it was a lot worse than this, because like it's difficult
To draw bad.
it's difficult to draw bad at this point. Like and I really mean that. Like you should see Christina when she tries to draw bad.
Yeah, I cannot.
Know? And it would be this sort of thing, and I never even crossed my mind to go like, you know, what does it look like? And so it was only when I started like copying pictures from observation, not even to like post them, just for myself. Like I would copy them in my sketchbook, and I would be like, oh, so the eye is kind of like that shape, or the chin is kind of like that shape. And I would copy everything. I would copy trees and rocks and everything. And that was all when I was like 18. Like I didn't even start taking art seriously until I was 18, even though I drew my entire life. And I was so depressed for a while, because I'm just like, I've literally drawn my entire life. I'm so bad. Like, what is the deal? So I totally understand that.
Why is that basically how I draw now?
I know what you mean. And like I was 18, and not like, and you know, there's people who are like 30, 40 who draw like that, like because they've never really practiced. But you get consistent improvement if you start practicing and like really trying to scrutinize, like, how do I get better? Like, what do I do to improve? Anyway, I'll give you back to Christina. I'm just doing like a little shirt study.
I have an art block. Well,
dang, there's something so fun about being a beginner, because it's like the sky's the limit. Like you,
yeah, sky's really the limit.
Guys, like seriously, appreciate where you are. Like everything is so new. It's like you're just like, everything is new, everything is exciting, everything is like, it's like playing a new game for the first time. You're like, what's this town? Who's this character?
Rather than having to replay it over and over again.
Yeah, like there is a charm to replaying it over and over, like doing art and kind of knowing the rigmarole, but it is so fun to be a beginner at stuff. Like if you just kind of get rid of expectations and fear. Just cherish being a beginner.
I like that.
Like it's so fun to be a beginner at stuff.
drawing posture has changed again. Do you have any advice for self-taught artists trying to unlearn their old habits? Sarah asks.
Replace them with new habits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, isn't that like kind of pretty common advice for like habits, is like instead of like trying to unlearn something, you just like replace it with a new thing? Like, I drew a lot of anime in high school, and I never did backgrounds and environments. And then, like, eventually I did enough backgrounds and environments that it kind of overtook how much anime I drew. Maybe try something like that. I thought I was trying to unlearn their old habits. I think being aware of the habits as well. It's like physically write down, what are you trying to unlearn? Like, identify it specifically. Like, rather than just have it as kind of like a general vibe, like, identify it. This specific thing I want to unlearn, and then we can like actually go through and like create a process for unlearning it. Like, I tend to do this. How do I not do that anymore? And it's like a lot of the time the answer will become a lot more obvious when it's like specifically called out and written down. I don't know what the habit is that you want to get rid of though, but like I'm familiar with the process of like getting rid of old habits.
You guys, and especially your friend, showed that my dream isn't unrealistic but also not easy. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. It's not unrealistic, but it's also not easy.
Yeah, and it's like and that's the thing. It's like people get so wrapped up around how hard something is, but in reality, you only exist in this very moment right now. You can't take the whole journey right now. You can only control your very actions at this moment. And that is the only type of thing you'll ever be able to do is control yourself and do stuff now. And so it becomes a lot less scary when you're just like, wait a second, I don't have to do 10 years of work tonight. I can do 1 minute of work right now, 1 second of work right now. And like a lot of the time it just becomes fun.
Any Procreate sketchbook recommendations? Recommendations? You can get this brush. This is the brush I'm currently using. It will work on Procreate. I'm currently working on Photoshop right now, but Procreate is also compatible with it. You can get it for free.
Yeah, there's my study.
Ooh, very nice.
Tips for clothing, fabric. It's defined by whatever's underneath of it. So like the body. It sits on the body. If the clothes didn't have a body, it'd just be a pile of rags on the ground, you know?
Yeah.
So like all of the forms are defined by the person wearing them. It just kind of hangs off of you. The clothing just drapes over and hangs off of you. So you learn just a couple of different folds and where they tend to show up. You know, 7 basic folds. We have a TikTok on that with Anya. It's like a carousel. You can save all the images. You learn those 7 basic folds and you practice hanging clothes off the body.
Draping it over.
Yeah, you drape them.
Like, imagine here's an arm. And your sleeve is like, just hangs off. And it kind of forms like a little, it's like a little cone, for example. Now that's what most clothes do, is they just drape off and then they'll have like some kind of folds, but
Yeah,
it'll look like
hang.
that.
It's like that's really they that's all they ever really are, is just like cloth hanging off of a body.
You know, if you have legs and you got a skirt, you know, depends on like how clingy, how much it clings to the legs, but like it just drops down.
I got tinkle.
Do it. Drops down like this. And then you'll sometimes see a little bit of a fold on either side for extra depth. And occasionally you'll also see some kind of wave towards the bottom, like, because that's how cloth likes to behave. You know, because there's flow and stuff, and then you'll just erase this and add some extra folds. You know, most of the time, you know, clothes is affected by something. Oh, that's actually kind of nice right there. It's affected by something. It's affected by gravity. It's affected by movement. So, like, if you got an arm raised up, it's going to cause certain folds. And this will happen, you'll notice these a lot through a lot of studies. So I would recommend, if you want to draw clothes, do a bunch of studies, draw as many clothes as you want or as you can, like, because that's just what's going to help you. Like, notice what happens when certain folds, what certain folds appear when an arm is raised up. You'll see these kind of folds. Right, that will cause less confusion. And a lot of times folds also like to kind of go diagonally. So like they'll go down here, and they'll kind of wrap around the waist. So like that feels natural, right? It's not like most clothes don't really go down. They don't really hang down like super straight, like using straight verticals. This is kind of unnatural unless it's like specifically designed to be that way. A lot of times you'll see more like folds that kind of go at a certain direction. And occasionally you will see folds that are going more vertically downwards. But like this has movement, this doesn't. Does that make sense? Make sure you open it in your browser. Yeah, make sure you open the brush through a different browser because TikTok is kind of weird with that. You know, a lot of togas, for example, we'll have cloth draping from one sleeve to another. And it'll kind of look like this. Oh, hi Toby. It'll kind of look like this. And we cover a lot of these concepts in our anime art school, which actually, we have not mentioned it in a while, is currently 25% off. So if you want to learn the fundamentals of art in a cohesive and organized way, because sometimes YouTube just isn't cutting it, here it is. This is a 25% off code. It will end on Monday. I draw it very well. Well, I definitely know that I could get better, but like I draw it, I'm very used to drawing clothes. Like that is kind of like my strength. Like I've drawn people, I've drawn clothes. I teach the clothing and drawing, clothing people drawing class, and I draw a lot of clothes in that class. So that is also, once again, double practice, right? I think people think that when people draw well, it's like magic, but it's not. It really is just a bunch of mileage. It's not like this talent thing. I just drew it a lot. I've drawn magical girl dresses ever since I was a kid, and I continue to do so every now and then. But I still draw a bunch of clothes. So, okay, that was the previous drawing.
What would your advice be? Did you read the YouTube stuff?
No, I did not.
What would your advice be to wanting to make a manga in the future, but you feel stuck because it's been 5 years since I've written the story, but doing the art has been a challenge? It just takes a long time, you know. Give yourself the patience, like, or give yourself like enough time. Go like, if it takes 20 years, it takes 20 years. You know, like make these decisions, big decisions. Like, I think it's gonna take me 20 years, maybe more, to do this. Wow, now I have so much time. That's crazy. I am able to spend the next 5 years doing just art, or 10 years doing just art and practicing and getting better, because eventually I'll do this.
Yep.
So like,
what?
Someone says, which iPad and pen is this? Tori says, Huion Kamvas 16. Then they respond, is this the Huion Kamvas 16? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Tori is a mod. She's probably heard which tablet we're using 50 times. So she definitely knows. Download works now. Thanks. Awesome. Like, give yourself a long time. I'm just like, why am I in such a rush? Like, why do I have to get there as fast as humanly possible? Like, I got the time. You know, it's just me that's being impatient, because like I dealt with the exact same thing. I'm just like, holy crap, like I wish I was good. What the heck? This sucks. And it's like, no, I can take as long as I want to do this. You know, give yourself the rest of your life. And it's like, you can just be like really patient about it. That helped me a lot, you know. Oh, it's all good. They didn't see the comment. What if I want to improve to draw, but the person is holding you down? I honestly don't really know exactly. Like, Want to know your guys' perspective. Sometimes stuff just sucks in life, right? Sometimes something's going on and you just got to get through it. Or I find I get really depressed when I don't have enough stuff going on. I feel like if there's not enough like active challenges that I have put into my life of things that we're like working towards. So for example, if Christine and I, we go, what are we doing this month? Oh, we're going to be live streaming. Okay, what are we doing next month? Live streaming more. Okay, what are we doing the month after that? Live streaming. It gets really depressing because like I don't have enough things going on. But if we're like, oh, we got an interview coming up next week, and we got Secret Santa going on, and we got, oh, the Black Friday sales going on, and oh, then, you know, maybe we're going to be running live classes, and oh, we're working on this, and like if there's like kind of enough stuff going on, it's like I can switch between things and keep myself entertained. And so I find that making it a lot more enjoyable. It doesn't really answer like the depression issue, but like I get really depressed when I don't have very much going on.
When there's not, doesn't feel like much of a amount of purpose.
It's like I have no purpose. And like the thing that I learned about purpose is like literally can be anything. You just choose. And once you start working for it, like the passion grows over time. And then find other people who are also passionate about what they're working towards, feed off of each other. That's like the only way. That's why like really rigorous schools work really well for a lot of people, is because you just meet a whole bunch of people who are also grinding it out to get somewhere. And it's like you just have that energy.
Don't want her hair to look like ramen noodles.
I'm not sure though about how to get motivation when you're depressed. You know, mix things up, maybe try something new. I don't really know exactly.
I don't really know the situation, so it's kind of hard. But we can tell from our own experience when we have like some kind of depressed like moment in our lives.
Drawing a cherry blossom tree. Maybe Shira could be under a cherry blossom.
Oh, that sounds kind of cute.
I'm not super familiar with it. I know they have like dark bark and
dark bark,
pink leaves when they're in bloom. I'd probably want to find like a reference or something, but
yeah,
it's up to you if you want to do that.
I think that'd be kind of cute.
Thank you guys for that advice. I always thought I had to finish it super early because of the pressure, but I definitely want to take my time with it. Yeah, it's like once I realized that, I'm like, I just asked the question, like, why am I rushing? Like, why do I need to get there yesterday? Like, I couldn't find a reason other than like impatience.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a good picture.
And it's like rushing is just going to butcher the story or the process anyways, right? If I go too fast, I'm just going to ruin the thing by trying to go super fast and not taking my time with things.
Yeah.
Like people will go like, I can't do this because I can't draw. It's like, you could draw if you taught yourself how to draw. Like, let's lengthen that timeline a bit, right? They're like, and I really want to do this, but I can't do that, but I can't draw, or I can't make music. It's like, you could practice it. You know, in 10 years, you could say, yeah, I've been making music for 10 years. Or in 10 years, you could be like, yeah, I've been drawing for 10 years. Like, people aren't stagnant. Like, they're not just sitting in the same spot their entire life. Like, when you're, like, imagine if babies were to go, like, dang, I'd like to do all this stuff. I can't talk. I can't walk. I can't spell. I can't read. Like, this sucks. Like, imagine if babies had that mindset, dude. That'd be crazy.
Oh, that would suck.
Hello, guys. I discovered the channel a few weeks ago. Awesome. I just started learning art, and your content has helped me a lot. Please keep up the awesome work. Awesome. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to put a blue background.
I've been working on my comic for about 9 years. Honestly, the best advice is to start and show the skills you have built up. Yeah. I'm telling you this so you don't end up like me. Guys, okay.
So yeah, there's a bunch of like, I'm just looking at a bunch of sakura blossom stuff. And so now this is under like kind of like noon. This looks like noon sunlight. So in this scenario, it's quite pink. The lights get very bright and the darks get quite dark. Dark bark, as what Colton said earlier. And so what we can do with that.
Oops. I mean, it depends on the exposure of the camera itself.
Yeah, it does.
that took that photo. Sorry, there were a bunch of big comments on YouTube. I really enjoy selling my art through in-person events, but my online presence feels stagnant. Advice? Just post. Just start posting, doing stuff, trying things. Like, there is no punishment whatsoever for posting a lot. Dark Bark, yeah. My alter ego, Dark Bark. There's no punishment for posting a lot. There's literally none. Like, you don't get nerfed for posting too much on any platform because it's all content driven now instead of follower driven. Like, just start trying stuff. It's never too late to start. Like, we literally only have 5,000 Instagram followers. Maybe that's a lot for some people. We only had like 1,000 Instagram followers, like, I don't know, a month or two ago. And we started posting on our Instagram and, like, you know, making content and stuff. But it took us so long to grow. It took us so long to grow, like years. And eventually you just get to the point where, like, you kind of have an expertise on it. You're like, yeah, I tried this, didn't really work. I tried that, it worked a little bit. I tried that again in a different way. It kind of worked. And it's like all of that experience builds over time. And then you're like, yeah. Like, but just post. There's nothing wrong to it. Or what did I say? See, I completely forgot what I said the second after I said it. There's nothing. I think it's like there's nothing wrong to it. There's nothing. You don't get nerfed for posting and trying stuff.
Yeah.
It's fun, you know. And you don't honestly need to go online. There's a lot of people. If you want to, then do it. If you don't want to, you don't really have to. Can I picture full body drawings? I want to study your art so bad. You can join the Discord server. There's a lot of drawings of Christina's and, like, the live demos and stuff.
Yeah.
If you scroll up that channel.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
Tips for learning how to draw anatomy. We have Anatomy Mondays. You can come by on Monday.
Yeah. Look, this is Tira.
Ooh.
Very noisy. A little bit of... I think with this, it's just smart to group a lot.
Failure weighted success. Yeah, I gave up on posting for that reason. Because it feels like you did all that work for nothing because the algorithm sucks. I think the algorithm is great. The algorithm is better than it has ever been before at promoting content, like merit-based content. Like, if it grabs people's attention, they test it and they can find it out. Like, the way that social media works now is it's all content based. It's all content driven. Every single piece of content operates on its own independently of other content. So, like, you could have one post that gets 5 million views and another post that gets 200 on every platform. It's all content based now. It's not follower based. The last 3 videos, like, Christine and I had a completely dead account on Instagram. We had, like, very, very, very little followers, like, until recently, like, under 1,000. We posted 3 videos. One of them has 140,000 views. The next one has 392,000 views. And then the one after that has 136,000 views. In fact, the 136,000, the most recent one, we literally made that video live on stream with chat. Like, we did all of the voice recording, all of the drawing, all of the screen recording on stream live, on a live stream, posted it on Instagram. 136,000 views, 6,400 likes. Like, just from a completely dead account where that like all the followers are like years old. It's like, keep posting consistently. It's kind of like a drawing thing. It's like saying, you know, just draw a lot. It's like, well, yeah, but there's also a science to, like, doing well on social media. It's all psychology, right? It's like, if you keep posting and aren't learning, then it won't help a lot. If you are posting and you are learning, literally think about posting on social media just like you think about drawing. There's good practice. There's practice that doesn't help very much. There's a good drawing. There's good drawings and bad drawings. Sometimes you'll have good days and bad days. I think about it in exactly that way. This is coming from, you know, we grew our TikTok so much over such a short period of time, very consistently. And so Christina and I go, let's start growing our Instagram. So we started posting on Instagram, and it started growing super fast.
Yeah.
Just because we learned how to make content while we were on TikTok. And like Christina and I have been live streaming for a year and a half every single week, at least 3 times a week. So we've gotten really, really comfortable on stream talking to people. And so when YouTube finally decided recently to start sharing our stream, because our mic sucked before and I guess YouTube knew it, we're like already used to talking to chat. So like, you know, we're not the best streamers ever, but oh my gosh, if this was like week 1 of streaming, I would be like, oh my gosh, there's 77 people on YouTube. What do we do? The chat's full. Oh, there's 78 people on TikTok. Like, what do we do? Like, we'll peak at like 500 viewers on TikTok, and it'll be like, you know, no sweat. Like, it's whatever.
Right.
People come by and like complain and stuff, and it'll be like, you know, mute. Like, it's not like we're not offended or anything. It's just because we've been streaming for so long at this point. Like, we were ready. We were like prepared. I was really disappointed that our streams didn't do better on YouTube for so long.
Yeah,
I was like, why don't our streams ever do good? It only took us a year and a half to figure it out. You know, 1,500 hours of stream time to figure it out.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I would think about social media the same way that I think about drawing. Like, and social media platforms, like they literally put like billions of dollars into making sure. We did a talk a little while back about social media, but essentially these platforms are designed to make money, right? They are businesses. These platforms have invested like billions of dollars into making sure people stay on them longer. Right? That's the entire point of social media. They just want people to stay on their app longer. You watch longer, you watch more ads, we make more money. That's literally social media. So they have a extremely strong desire to promote content that keeps people on their platform longer. Rage bait keeps people on. Sob stories keep people on. Amazing art keeps people on. And the brain is, and it's all driven by like psychology, right? It's all driven by people's brains and what they pay attention to. Like, so your brain is a story processor. People love stories. People interpret the world through story. And story can be anything, like anything. I was reading a book a while back called The Science of Storytelling. It talks about like the neuroscience behind a lot of this, like how people's brains interpret things. And it's like, if you just say 2 words like banana and vomit, like your brain will build this story around it. It'll be like, well, probably the person's allergic to bananas. Like, you just say 2 words and your brain makes a story.
Yep.
Like, you should see chat when we do like OC creation. Like, the stories, and oh my gosh, people love shipping characters. They love shipping characters. Why? Because it's like all story. They have a relationship. Oh, what do their kids look like? Oh, how do they get together? Like, it's just like, you literally cannot help but build stories. Someone cuts you off in traffic, you make a story in your head, like that person's an idiot, they're a jerk, blah blah blah. It's all story based.
It really is.
And so there's people on social media who like, they're not, you know, they don't have very much experience drawing, but they're really good at storytelling. And so like it blows up. So every platform Christine and I have been able to grow on. We haven't grown on Facebook. We don't really have a Facebook page or Twitter, but we've been able to grow our Instagram, no problem. Like, when we actually post it on Instagram, when our TikToks get millions of views, our YouTube grows pretty consistently. And it's like high value content focused on like overarching stories. And you don't even really have to tell people a story. Their brains will create them by themselves. You can kind of like give them the ingredients for a story.
Yeah.
And they will build a story themselves. Like, we got this video on our TikTok and everybody thought the side profile looked like hyperpigmentation meme. And so everybody just commented on it like crazy. People will bring their own baggage and stories into every situation. So you simply can give them the ingredients that they need to kind of form a story or an opinion on something. And that's why like posts that make people really mad also aren't that big of a deal, because like, you know, if you don't mean them in a bad way, like other people could bring in their own baggage into something and get mad, and then people are like, oh no, I need to delete my social media because people were mad at me. It's like, now the people weren't mad at you. They're like mad because of, what they believe.
This is Photoshop.
That was literally the difference in why we started doing better on social media. We spent so long making videos trying to do like blow up, and they just did so bad.
They did really bad.
And there's like vibes too. For the first time, Christine and I have actually heard the word cozy. A lot of people lately have been saying, you guys have such a cozy stream.
Yeah.
I'm like, I never thought about that. We got music, we chat, we chill, we draw and teach and have fun, and we're happy. And I'm just like, I guess it is kind of cozy. Cozy, like, vibes are a story, and they will attract the type of people that are attracted by, that type of story.
Absolutely.
But
I guess,
like,
yeah.
Go on.
No, go ahead. No, nothing. I was going to talk about the cherry blossom stuff, but I was interrupting.
No, I was starting a new thought.
Uh-oh.
You talk about your thing, and then I'll say something later.
What I did with the cherry blossoms was I just... Okay, for some reason, the tablet's doing the thing where, like, it's doing the arrow.
Yeah, you're going to have to restart that file.
Yeah. I'm just going to have to go like...
Yeah, just X. And then click.
Sly.
Yeah.
What I did to do this cherry blossom texture is I just I took the color of what I wanted, and I just did a bunch of blobs. So, like, starting with the shape. It could be something as simple as this, and then I took a cooler tone because, whoops.
Blue sky.
Blue sky, cool shadows. The blue will bounce into the shadows and affect that. And then so all I did was then I'm like, okay, well, what's the shadow side looking like? I'm kind of using the shadow to describe the texture.
And notice how she's like not focused at all on detail. She's focused on like large masses of what's the shadow, what's the light, and then there's like a little bit of blip, 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 blip in between.
Yeah. Like I'm not saying like this is exactly how you paint like sakura trees, but like you look at this in context and I'm like, oh yeah, it's like a sakura tree of some kind. Wisteria trees would look different, but like that's how I did it. Yes, it is Tira. And you did not botch the name.
Social media is easier. It's never been easier if you know what you're doing. It's never been harder if you don't. I like that take on it. Social media, yeah, people who know what they're doing, like, instantly, right? It's like drawing with a pencil, right? It's like drawing with a pencil is really hard for people who don't know how to draw. It's really easy for people who do. It's like the same thing with social media and doing well on it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we really know what we're doing that much, but, we kind of have some of the basics.
I have an idea.
And we've kind of created our own little vibe, and people seem to like it and come by, and yeah, it's fun. And listening to talking whilst watching the drawing is perfect combination.
Aw.
And like, we really work hard on our stream, right? Christine and I, we have a pretty expensive streaming setup here. We didn't start with it. We started on the phone. We grew like so much.
We did.
We grew so much just streaming on the iPhone. Like, my phone with TikTok, we used to just put it on a little arm. Who's been here long enough to remember the days of the phone?
When we had no face cam.
No face cam. Just a phone. No music. Tori, you remember that. Do you? That's wild. That was June 2024 when we started streaming. Sarah remembers. Maru, this will be posted in the Discord server after stream. You can get the full res version. That's how I discovered y'all. And we just slowly, incrementally improved. Like, eventually we started streaming from my laptop. Actually, the one Christina's using to draw this on. And then we ended up getting face cam, and people were like, what, you have face cam? That's crazy.
That's what you guys look like?
And then we moved, and we ended up building a streaming setup with a dedicated stream PC, and we have like the overhead camera. We actually just upgraded this camera because we can zoom out and zoom in really easily now. That's awesome. Love it. How zoomed in was it? Like that? Like slow incremental improvements. How did you guys meet? We met on Art Amino.
Funny enough.
Yeah, y'all remember Art Amino, the phone app? That's where we very first met. How long have the both of you been artists? Like, whole life I've been drawing. I worked for the first time professionally in 2016.
I've drawn my whole life too.
Yeah. And like we spent a long time making content on social media. Like I said, we thought it was going to be easy. I have a friend, and he grew on TikTok. He like started making TikTok videos. He grew like 50,000 followers in 6 weeks. He posted like a couple videos that went really viral. He had a video that was just like, oh, I run a D&D miniatures business, and this is what they look like. And it went like viral. It got like 1 million views. And he grew like 50,000 followers in 6 weeks. And he messages me, and he's like, dude, TikTok's where it's at. You should start a TikTok. And I was just like, oh man, this will be a piece of cake. So we started posting TikTok videos. By the way, he lost the password to his account, and he doesn't make TikToks anymore anyways.
No.
Like he got like locked out of his account, but like he doesn't care that much because I don't think he likes TikTok that much anyways. But and it took us a long time, right? We posted content regularly, weekly, like try hard content for 11 months. 11 months straight before we had anything blow up. How long have you guys known each other and met in person? Well, we've been married for over 5 years. So pretty long time.
Say we dated for about a year.
I got locked out of my Art Amino. Crazy. I locked Art Amino out of my phone. That's crazy. So you were on Art Amino. You know,
Who said that?
Tori, one of our mods on TikTok, was on Art Amino as well. A lot of Art Amino people. That's funny. What was your name on Art Amino?
I would probably say like what year, because
yeah,
I was only active, and I think until like the 2000. I was active from 2012 I think till like 2016. I was kind of like more active within those years. What is Art Amino? It's like a...
Oh, that's a funny comment.
What?
It's a phone app.
Yeah, it's a phone app. It's like an art community.
I'm trying to forget, Tori says. Yeah, it's like a phone app art community that was really popular back in like 2012, 13, 14, 15. I think I used it in 2013 and 14 or something. Art Bomb was my name there. I started posting my comics. Oh, that's fun.
That's sick.
Someone commented on a YouTube video of ours, said, I thought this was going to be a bad tutorial, and you just completely mogged us. Holy SH.
What?
That's so funny.
What video was this?
It was the male torso, the short.
Oh, it's funny.
That one's been getting some comments lately. That's funny. People are so funny on social media. So funny. Is it still active, or did they delete Amino? Oh, I have no idea. I haven't been on that app forever.
Pretty happy with this. It's kind of cute.
It is cute.
Good enough. I still have no idea what to have for dinner tonight.
I'm not worried about it.
The stream is so addicted that I can't go to sleep.
I'm glad to hear that. It means we're doing something right.
Yeah. I had already met him once, but then it started to get toxic, so I left it. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's always
100%.
That's what always happens with like these kind of art communities.
It is literally so toxic.
It is like a toxic wasteland.
But you have to start there, right? Like it's the starting village that is really toxic.
Yeah.
After you are there for a while, like you gotta leave the nest at some point.
This is one of your OCs. She's beautiful. Thank you. Yes, this is one of our characters. Her name is Tira. She's like an influencer girl. And I drew her. So yeah. You know, actually funny enough, I actually to make this background kind of really nice and cohesive. I actually already started with like blue shadows, so I didn't have to add any influence into the background. I just was like, oh, I'm gonna make the shadows blue. And then when I added a blue shadow or blue background, it matches
It
very
already
well.
fits, yeah.
Already fits.
The temperature was working.
Mm-hmm. No,
Yeah,
not
Kira. This is
Tira,
Miki's
T-I-R-A.
best friend, my OC, Miki. It's her best friend. Tira's an influencer.
Mm-hmm.
But Miki and her actually started as rivals.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't get along very well early on, and Tira was part of like a mean girl group, but then she like became nice.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
So comforting. Thank you. The colors.
I was gonna relax, work on a logo, watch a movie, here yapping with you guys. Hey, it's fun. Where can we read it? You can't yet.
Can't.
It's not a thing.
It's just a lore that we thought of in our heads.
Oh yeah. Wait.
What? What?
You should have recorded that
What?
for the YouTube video.
But it's already on here.
Oh wait,
We
maybe.
just
Well,
downloaded it.
kind of. I guess we could downloaded it.
Yeah.
Downloaded it.
Download it.
Well, we're trying. We need to review the Huion Kamvas 16. And so
Yeah.
I should have just recorded it on that computer, like the screen would have been so much easier. Didn't even think about it. Well, let's start another one, Miki now.
We'll see. I mean, I think it's also nice to see it like just like with my hand and stuff working on it.
Yeah.
So I want to read that story in full detail. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, since Ray's the anatomy teacher, I think it would be kind of humorous for her to know how to like break a bone and be like, oh yeah, you can tear limbs this way. That's kind of gruesome. I have colors because I got cyberbullied on. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I remember I got cyberbullied for some time because someone thought that I was tracing another friend's artwork, and a whole like mob came after me for a little bit. And then after I was like, I didn't trace it or anything. So yeah, that was a toxic part. And I think generally it's mostly the amateur beginner, like not that. It's usually the people who get kind of arrogant and all that stuff.
I don't know what colors is.
Oh,
it an
I guess
app?
it's probably an app.
Okay. I do have to go now. Yeah, it was fun. Hope to see you again. We're going live tomorrow. We're going live Monday. Because we're having our Black Friday sale on our anime art school.
Yes.
Which I totally forgot to talk about. Anime Art School is our online year-long program.
Mm-hmm.
And it is 25% off for Black Friday. So yeah, it was really good chatting with you. Hope to see you again soon.
Yeah.
And you can check it out on drawanime.com. And there's a bunch of different classes. I teach the painting and the rendering class. Christina teaches the figure drawing, the anime, the clothing drawing, the character design. I teach the perspective class, the background class, and painting.
Yep.
And all that. It's good. You know, we tried our hardest to make a really good, well-rounded education for an affordable price. And now it's ultra affordable.
Mm-hmm. If it wasn't affordable, or I should say, if it's affordable without the discount, it's even more affordable now.
Your perspective classes? Yes, I teach the perspective.
Oh no. Everyone wish Sarah a happy birthday. It is her
Yes.
birthday. She's trying to pin it on me now as well.
Yeah, she's pinned to the pin.
Oh.
Yeah, perspective is really fun. We're gonna have to do a perspective stream again sometime soon.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome ships.
Yeah, I
I used my whole paycheck and savings. That's crazy.
For what?
Is that financially responsible?
I would say purchase it when you are not in such a financial direly situation.
I forgot I had an Izzy. They already did.
Oh.
I have an Izzy.
YouTube says, "Happy birthday, Sarah. Happy birthday, Sarah."
Happy birthday, Sarah. Second birthday today.
You know what's funny? Colton and my birthday is actually 3 days apart. Mine's September 10th and Colton's is September 13th.
Any tips on drawing faces at an angle? I joined the live at 2 a.m. now at 6 a.m. That's wild.
Well,
That's awesome.
faces at an angle. What kind of angle, Claudia?
I never really finished this study that I was doing. This is finished enough, honestly. Like, this is plenty.
Oh, you know what I just realized? I won't be able to actually show the live demo because this ain't recorded. Like on Procreate is. Oh well. Like 20 to 40 degrees.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, up or down?
20 to 40 degrees.
24 degrees, up or down?
Left, right, up, down.
Left, right, up, down. Because that'll help. You know, actually, knowing the angles of like the Krenz cubes actually really helps with that too.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
20 to 40 degrees left and right and up and down. I guess that would help. Like left or right, I just need some shading tips. Oh, okay. Sure. You know, actually at a 20 to 40 degree, 20, like in between 20 or 40, like I would just say like 22.5 or let's just say 25 degrees. Wait, hold up. 22.5, maybe somewhere. Okay, let me just think for a second. So if you want to draw a head, kind of somewhere in like maybe the 30 degree angle. So understand that when you are turning your head at a 45 degree angle, your box, I'm assuming that it's gonna be in a box. Your box is gonna kind of look like this. Where
yeah, I was wondering how much I spit it on the mic and made it stinky, but it doesn't really stink. It still smells pretty new. It has cat hair on it though.
So like when you turn a box, whether if it's to the left or to the right, at a 45 degree angle, it's gonna look like this, where it's both sides are divided half and half. If you're going to divide it, I'm gonna do it this way.
Whoa, that's kind of crazy. Look at that.
Whoa, that's sick. Now if you're gonna do it more at like a 25 degree, you know, the box is gonna kind of look like this.
Yeah.
So if you want to go somewhere in between that, or kind of more something like this, you know, you basically just move your center line more to the side.
No, it's not our birthday. It's not my birthday. It's not Christina's birthday. It's Sarah's birthday. Sarah's trying to lie and pretend that it's our birthday. It's not. It is Sarah's birthday. Everybody wish Sarah a happy birthday. Colton, do you use a screenless pad? Yes. On live stream, I use one of these, the Intuos Pro.
Intuos Pro.
You can't see it on TikTok, but YouTube. No,
oh, okay,
don't pull.
Okay. It might work for. Wait, hold up. This was amazing. I will try to return tomorrow. Will it be around the same time as you started today? Yeah, around the same time.
Yeah.
So then you.
Yeah, for sure. And thanks for showing up. By the way,
Yeah,
we do have a
thank
Discord
you.
server. You can join.
Yes. Right here.
We just passed 4,200 members.
Woo.
I watched lesson 1, school's homework tomorrow. Awesome. Now I remember back, and it was pinned on Discord. Interesting. I do anime, cartoons, realistic and semi-realistic. Nice.
Sweet.
Well-rounded. Welcome aboard. That's huge. The tablet. Yeah, I have to use a large one because my wrist was starting to hurt because I have to draw in like a really small area on stream. And I used the medium before, and it was like I literally would go like this to draw for like 4 hours straight. And my wrist is like...
So how to shade it?
I've never used an Intuos large before. Pretty stinking big. 13 inches or something. Anyways, yeah.
I think what I'll do is I'll have like certain versions in my head as I'm thinking about shading heads. Like I will think about it in a more of a realistic, like very kind of literal form version, and then I'll think of like a more simplified version. That's kind of what will go on in my head. So let me go in and copy paste. Okay, let's just do that. Let's just do these two. So when I think about lighting the head and adding shadows, I have to think about my light source first. So let's say my light source is here. Anything that is hitting like this kind of plane, like this front, will kind of be in the light. Everything in here will be in shadow that's facing away from the light. So like that's pretty simple. Right, that's where the head planes comes in handy. Like how knowing where the side of the head is, knowing where the cheek turns down. So like this is what I think of as I'm shading. So this is weird opacity. I'm gonna repaint this. You know, it gets more complicated right? Like you can argue, okay, well, because the light is coming from the top, there's also going to be a shadow at the bottom. There's also going to be some shadow as it goes down toward the bridge of the nose because the head kind of like caves downward, and some around the brow and the skull, right? So this is kind of like a very a more complicated version, but if you want to go simpler, you know, in fact, you can actually argue that there'll be even deeper shadows in here and in here and in the ear. But if you want to go even simpler, you just like, you're like, oh, that's cute.
That's Sarah's stuff.
Oh, that's very nice.
Okay.
Okay.
That middle
That's
one.
super cute.
Oh. Bro. The middle one's like a Politana almost.
Yeah, I really like that one.
I love it. Sarah, very nice work.
Very nice. You know, if you were going to do the same lighting scenario, I like to keep this in mind, and then I choose, like, okay, do I want, how much of this lighting scenario do I want to show? Do I want this shadow to be here, or do I not? Do I want it to be a little bit more, like, ambiently lit? Like, do I want to just include this and maybe a little hint of the shadow instead? And how simple do I want it? So, like, sometimes I can just think of it like this instead. And it'll be the same lighting scenario, but just not as heavy, if that makes sense. Like for shading heads and stuff. And then, of course, when you draw like hair on top, that will also affect the shadows. So here's Miki in a different style. Kind of in like almost like a Ghibli style. You know, those shadows, or the hair will actually cast shadows onto the face. So you'll actually see, like, you'll mimic the shapes of the bangs onto the actual head. And that'll affect the shadows.
Oh, this is Tori's 16,000 like comment. Of course it's on Usagi. Of course. Usagi's been to jail before confirmed.
Oh.
Liked by the poster and 16,000 people.
And of course, like, I like to add like a, sometimes I'll add like a tiny bit of the shadow here if I wanted to, but you don't have to. You can just leave it blank. Sometimes people leave a shadow up in here as well. You know, that's also like just showing depth to the actual head.
Have a good one, Artemis.
Actually, Claudia, what would really help is having a reference. Now, I'm not, I would just say, like, I know how to do a lot of these shading heads because I actually have these as models. So if you're interested in buying a set of these, which will include like a anime teen girl and guy and adult male and female, you know, you can DM us if you're interested. But you know, this helped me a lot with finding out the shadows, turning the head at a certain angle and lighting it. So that's what helped me a lot. Can you people check what I made while watching? I put an art share one on Discord. Yeah, sure.
People, please.
Huh?
It's please.
What?
They said please, not people.
Oh, please. Oh, oops, sorry.
I was like, wow, that was rude. Oh, wait, never mind. They didn't say that.
Whoops. Share one. Oh, that's nice. Looks good. Okay. Yep, I'm liking it. That looks very nice. Yeah, you're
Nice.
definitely in the right track.
Definitely thinking about that 3D volume.
Definitely.
Nice.
Very nice.
Don't forget, guys, Secret Santa's going on. Go sign up. It's in the announcements channel in the Discord server. There is a form. You can submit your own characters. And then the show is going to be on December 23rd. Everybody posts their characters and their drawings, and we have a really good time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's actually AI.
I can tell from this one.
Oh, okay.
This one I couldn't tell because it's like kind of choppy, you know?
I mean, it does make sense. Like, no baby would do that so,
no,
like, deliberately.
No baby has that much aura.
Yeah. It's so good, though.
How do I react to the checkmark to get into the Discord server? You go to...
The verify channel.
Yes, you go to the verify channel. So it's going to be that little green thing, and you literally just hit that little checkmark on the post. Is that Gabby? What is your... What's your Discord? I can just manually verify you if you can't figure it out. Or if it just doesn't work. Can't wait for Secret Santa. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Join us. Remember the ad for Helldivers? It was like, "Welcome to Super Earth." Like that, man. What a funny. I don't think it was an ad. I think it might have been like the game intro or something. That was so cool. That was so cool. Like, remember like the.
I do remember like the.
I showed it to you.
Yeah, you did.
Because it was
so
funny.
So funny. It was funny storytelling.
That's so interesting. I feel like if I can see and pose my limbs, my brain can break down versus seeing it flat. Do you ever run into that when you draw what it looks like from the other side? Yeah, I mean that's like 3D thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rotating objects and things in your mind. The Discord server, you can get it on this blue card, or you can go to the linky on our profile and join as well. We hit 205,000 followers.
Oh, sick.
We still need to do our 200,000 follower celebration.
Yeah, we do.
We're going to have like 300,000 before we even celebrate it.
Aww.
That's wild. Three-dimensional thinking, huh? That's a lot of fun. So like breaking things down in primitives for sure is like the way to go, right? Like if you want to draw something like, I don't know, a ball on a stick. I mean, like imagine rotating this in your mind. And then maybe, you know, here's like the side view. And then it starts going this way. Or like boxes or whatever, right? Like kind of thinking about things in a three-dimensional way and being able to like rotate them in your mind. So like if you put a cylinder on top of this, and it would be like, you know, maybe you go like that, and it's like, oh, it's like coming more towards us now. Or like going down.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I think. Like if it's a body and you draw, say, you know, a torso from the front, and you draw maybe like a pelvis like this, and then you got an S curve like that. Like what would this look like from behind, right? Say they've got like a head here. It's a little bit thick for a torso, so we'll just point. Going away. This is facing us. So we're drawing the top plane, the back plane. I didn't really leave myself enough room, did I? Right. This red line is this red line, and this green line is this green line, and then this blue line is this blue line. So we can go, you know,
Bye, Sarah.
like that, and this goes forward. So like the blue line and the red line connect, and then this one goes in front of it. So the blue line and the red line connect, and then this one right here is below it, and this one goes in front of it.
It says the link to Discord is expired.
Then there's that.
It's not expired. You may want to try opening it from like a different browser, or you can copy the link and then put it in your Discord, like when you say add server.
And there's that head. Maybe like that. So if I want to draw a leg forward, that's going to be this leg. It's going to go forward. So if I want to draw this leg back, like, I don't know. Then this one maybe could be like that. You probably wouldn't really be able to see very much of that. This is a good exercise to do.
I quite like that one on the right. It's quite good. Nice proportion.
Like thinking about it in like a 360-degree point of view, right? And like, let's say the head points that way. The head points that way. It's going to basically be flipped, be inverse, but this is a really good practice assignment to do, to flip things in your mind. And then you can like flip it upside down, flip it sideways, whatever. Whoa. My Izzy is working its way through my, what is that, an esophagus?
Esophagus?
It's throwing a little bit of a fit. Fizzy?
Fizzy fit?
Fizzy fit? But yeah. So you would barely even be able to see that arm. It would go up like, probably a little bit higher actually, like this. But it's behind the head, so we wouldn't really see it. But we'll still use draw through anyways on it.
Very nice.
This is a super good exercise, by the way. Like you can just do it. In my class in anime art school, I have people draw boxes from different angles, and it's like a really simple like little duck, and I just kind of design out. I don't even remember what the duck looks like exactly. Can you find the iPad mini?
Yeah.
I think it looks like this, and then this goes down. And then I think I have something.
Wait, yeah, that's it.
It's down there on that side. So I teach people how to draw objects from different angles, like do a lot of exercise about like three-dimensional thinking. It's super, super important to develop like the three-dimensional thinking mindset of drawing things from different angles. And so like the way that you do that is you start very, very simply. What is that? Let me look. Okay. You start very simple with something that's like half unit, 1 unit. So like it all just starts with a single box, right? And then where's the eye at? Like right here. And it's like you go, okay, now I'm going to draw it from a different angle. And you can like color code the sides. And you essentially just go like, okay, here's this. There. So that's the side we start with, and we can draw this out and down, and then we go another unit down, 1 unit back, and we're drawing in three-dimensional space. So we could draw the side view first, half a unit down and out.
Being very observant.
This gets connected, half a unit here. And then, you know, we don't even have to draw this right now. Then we can just find like a vanishing point, like a 1-point perspective point, and just kind of bring all these to it. You know, that one, that one, that one.
Interesting way to start.
If you want.
Wow.
We can use some draw through on this to see if we'd see that. Nope, it's behind the box. You can start in side view.
Oh yeah, how long have we been live for now?
4 hours and 34 minutes.
Wow.
There we go. And let's just say this, here's half, half, comes out, down. Let's just say this is the beak, right? This is the beak. Here is the eye. Come down another unit, and back, and down, and forward, and this goes back there, and this half. Is that how it is? No, I always do that, bro. This comes out another half unit, and then this comes down, and this comes over, and technically we're going to need to use some draw through back here in order to find where that line connects back. So I'll draw through the box in order to know where this line is. Because again, I'm thinking in 3D, right? And then this right here will just go. It's a little bit of a tangent, but we could probably fix that with a little bit of line weight. And then, boop, actually we don't even need that. This connects anyways. So like there's the bird from that angle. And you can do exercises, and this will so help you build like the ability to visualize 3D, like and rotate objects in your mind.
So when you do this exercise, is this what helps with dynamic posing?
No, this helps with dimensional drawing. It's a different subject than dynamic posing.
You know, I do have to wonder, when people say dynamic posing, like what pose do you think about?
Yeah.
You know? Because like when I think of dynamic posing, I think, oh, someone kicking in foreshortened perspective. That's like my vision of dynamic pose.
For real. Right, like this would be a pretty wide lens here. So we go, here's my camera lens. Here's this side's camera lens. So like this is going to be, you know, really distorted. Even like that. Halfway, half comes out. We could run a quick little calculation here.
Oh, quick little calculation.
Yeah.
Bye, Tori. Bro, we need to get something. We need to get ourselves something to eat, too.
We can erase this out. We don't need all that.
I just realized we have Nissan ramen.
We do. Do.
Kind of like the hand maybe being the focal point, looking in action, me like this.
Yeah. That would be like extreme foreshortening, you know, which you can break down with boxes.
Whipping up a quick hand, huh?
Maybe. I'm not the best hand artist ever. Maybe we'll do what pose, like, you know,
Something complicated.
like these would be broken down using probably like cylinders and all that, but like I would say, you know, you break it down with boxes. Like you basically have a fast convergence. Like the thing about about wide lenses is they converge really fast. So you're doing all the same things if you were to do something like this. Right? Like this sort of thing and this sort of thing. Except it's just this side's going to be much smaller than this side. And so instead of your lines going like this, they're going to go like that. And so, you know, this is how most people start that sort of thing, is like figuring that sort of thing out in perspective. And so like the other hand would be like, you know, teeny tiny back there. Gene talks about that stuff on his YouTube channel quite a bit. He does a lot of fisheye, really wide lens drawing. Not going to go into that tonight. I'm tired.
I'm tired too. Maybe we'll wrap up soon.
Oh.
Struggle mostly with drawing boxes and leg placement. I don't know, it just looks weird.
Have just started to draw, and I'm doing it with a tablet nose screen. Anything I should start with? I'm drawing with a tablet nose screen. I love these things. They're so good. No hand to get in the way.
That's
Living
true.
the life.
Which one is harder and more important, perspective or anatomy? They're both hard.
They're different.
They're different, and they're both hard.
It's one is perspective governs anything in three-dimensional space, and anatomy is just anatomical information about the body. So they're just different. Which one is more important? I mean, if you draw cars for a living, probably perspective. They work together when you're drawing people. But anatomy is honestly not that important. Like, primitive forms are pretty important.
Like that is, I mean, like that includes perspective and stuff, but it's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
This girl has, like, no anatomy. This girl right here, no anatomy. No anatomical information. Clavicle. Everything else is, like, very, very, very primitive forms. Very primitive forms. Very primitive forms. So I would, you know, went long. I wouldn't consider this anatomy. I would just consider this like basic forms and proportion. That's a little bit of anatomy. You got the traps. We could even take this head and go. Here's what Christina did a little bit ago. It's cute. Tira. Been live for ages. No, we've only been live about 4 hours and 40 minutes. We were live for 6 hours yesterday.
Yeah. It's got weird lines on it. I wonder what causes the lines.
Probably compression. I don't know exactly. Some sort of probably like the compression of the camera onto the program. Is my guess. That's probably like a camera thing, or maybe like just the camera looking at it and compressing it itself. All right, I'm ready to head off.
Yep.
Well, thank you everybody for hanging out. It was a lot of fun.
It was. I quite enjoyed it.
We covered some interesting topics.
Yes. I'll have to save this.
That's a fun
later
little
on.
sphere demo.
Sphere
Live
demo.
demos. And then we went and did this. There we go. that works. Posted in the Discord server, including those spheres from earlier as well. So, like, if you were watching and you wanted to mess with these color palettes that I did earlier, these ones, these are pretty fun. That one.
I can imagine Loud doing the first one.
That one. I really like this color
I really
palette.
like this one too. It's sick.
Awesome. Thanks for hanging out and showing up.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody. We'll be live tomorrow.
Yeah. Gappy, what is your Discord username? We can probably manually verify you.
Yeah. What's your name on Discord? I'll just go to the recent joins and verify you.
You can also search it up, I think, instead of having to scroll.
Kiyoshi. Is that your display name or is that your username?
Display. So username is how we'll find you.
Not necessarily.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I have to look through the joins. Did you join today?
And then this person also has please verify.
There
I can't
is
use my
Kiyoshi.
phone number because I've used it for another account that I lost.
That's fine. Kiyoshi student.
What is
there you go.
your-
I verified you. And then what is yours as well? When did you join? And then we'll be heading off.
Kitty 33 Woe 2. Okay.
Is that your display name?
Joined like 3 days ago. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna be some time to find.
Yeah, then I'm gonna have to go into settings, server settings, members search. Kitty, is this? Kitty 33 Woe 2.
Yeah, that's the one.
Here it is, student. There you go.
What do you mean by verifying?
All right, you should be able to get in.
It's just the verified channel is where you click the check mark and then you'll get access to all the Discord channels.
It's just like an anti-bot, anti-spammer verification. It's just like bots can't figure out how to react with emojis to gain access to the server, so we don't get spammed.
Awesome.
And then yeah, we also have the verify phone number setting turned on. It's a Discord thing. Because if someone gets banned, they can't make like 10 alts and join back and spam because they'd have to have 10 phone numbers.
Chat, don't forget before we leave, we can check out our anime art school, our our discount.
Don't jinx it.
Right here is Friday 25 for anime art school. It's gonna be ending on Monday, so don't forget.
Take a screenshot of that. If you want to learn the fundamentals of art, all the stuff that we teach on stream in a really organized way, and 100 times more because we can't cover very much stuff on streams.
Yeah.
Biggest sale we've ever done. All right, everybody.
Have a good night.
Have a wonderful night, and I want to see it tip over from 1,999 to 2,000 views on YouTube, and then we'll go.
Okay. We have hair TikToks and also a hair YouTube video, Claudia, so you can get that immediately.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, wait, we reached 2,000.
Have a good night.
Good night.
See ya. And bye-bye, YouTube.
Bye, YouTube.
Thanks for hanging out. You just got here. You can rewatch the VOD if you want. Otherwise, we'll be live tomorrow. See ya.